Hello, hello, hello. I apologize for being late. I tried to just put a small fire before we got started here. But I think I got it sorted. All this stream announcements. Honestly, we might as well go ahead now. Because we are going to have a French versus American Civil War, I guess. Just going to go ahead and go and announce that the stream has started. Although it is showing a black screen, which is worrisome. See if I can force an update. Looks like it is working, I hope. So I'm just going to announce to everyone that I am streaming, and then we'll get started. Apologies again for being late. I've had a little bit of a problem I had to solve that popped up in the last 20 minutes. Apparently also, Mike is telling us that they've completely changed the AI's expertise game formula, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to work out. And had that feeling. Stream is starting. Okay, so it's affects AI only according to what Mike's saying, which honestly makes sense. Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what he has to say there. That one. What are my thoughts on the patch 1.6? Is it good? Well, interestingly enough, the AI's behavior is not really changed. Like, they still do the same thing for the most part in terms of how they develop their car. That is the wrong camera. This is the better one. So this is the 1.6 patch. We might as well go over that before we get started. This is how they spent their money in the first season. And as you can see, it's very similar to if we go to pre, this is 1.5, this one. Again, spent the money pretty much the same way as they would over here. So the way they've spent their money hasn't really changed. The same in 25 here. There's a little bit of a difference here, though. Look at this, 25. This is, again, 1.5 here, 1.6 here. They aren't actually spending as much money. There's a little bit more variance in how they do things. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to translate to the game itself. But generally, because of the fact also they changed the starting points, if that makes sense, they've actually changed the starting points of every car. So that you start at a higher expertise level than before. So every team is actually a lot closer due to just that as well. So the 1.6 patch is fairly decent. It has introduced its fair share of bugs. The no tires among one thing. The drivers without names. I believe mine still has it. I even went to the, let's see here. Yep, we're still nameless. So I actually went to the step of reinstalling the game. And even that didn't fix it. Uninstalled all the mods. Didn't fix it. And I haven't actually gotten around to reinstalling those mods either. So that's a little bit painful. But yeah, there's some bugs that have been introduced, but I would say that this is probably a good starting point for doing something more long-term, but you're still going to have to limit yourself in your second year when it comes to research, to be fair. So, I don't know. There is apparently something with how I've set up my game, I guess, then. Because I have verified cache, I've deleted everything. I've even reinstalled, didn't fix that, so could be this. It's a problem with my system rather than, or rather, compatibility issue. That's the word. Here we go. Yeah. Hello, Alex. Hello, Seems Today. Not just welcome. Are these the only two American drivers? No, there are a couple of other ones, if I'm not mistaken. These are some of the higher rated ones. Might be something on Frontier's end? Yeah, I would assume so. So, I don't know. It's just a little bit weird. I don't know exactly what is causing it. Apparently also, I think I've turned the music probably a little bit too low here. Because since I reinstalled, it actually... This is the funniest part. Because of the fact that I reinstalled the game, it went back to some audio settings that I used ages ago. So the audio settings changed too by me reinstalling. So definitely some weird stuff going on. What do you think of Kimi IRL? He was a little bit too brave today, and it backfired horrendously. But yeah, our current situation is that we have been shut down from making new parts, which is not great for Sargeant. But I believe we have cobbled together a car for both of them, so Miami here should potentially be points if we're lucky. I win, the French got 3 votes and the Americans got 4. Honestly, I think there's more people now in the chat here. So let's just get a vote going here. So give me a second. We're going to start a questionnaire here, and... Sorry, that is the wrong one. Another questionnaire. I want to start a vote. Will French or the Americans win? Basically, our team versus Alpine. Which one is going to be the winner? French or the Americans? I'll give you a poll here that will keep running over the course of this stream. Let's just put it like that. Shall see. There we go. That should be the one. Apparently, I need to... If I close this, does it cancel out? Because it's on top of my OBS at the moment. Oh. That murdered my chat. OBS did not like me clicking that poll. Oh. Americans are winning the vote. 72 to 28%, Floof. You might be struggling just a little bit here. Yeah. Ties despairing of all cars in Mario City. I've yet to run into that one, and that's the funny part. So maybe you get... basically, it seems like either your ties vanish or the new driver names vanish. One or the other. Check out this mod for a better Andretti logo. Yeah, I honestly did not have enough time today to fix that one. I know that I promised to fix it, but we're still stuck with, great value Andretti logo, or cursed Andretti logo, or sad Andretti logo, depending on how you want to look at it. But yeah, I think we are simply enough sorted here. Helipad and tool center upgrades are complete. That's what I'm remembering that I needed to fix after yesterday. Basically starting the next upgrade, as it were. But yeah, apologies, I've been a little bit busy. I will have a video out on the patch later today, but it's not going to be anything groundbreaking there. Mike is putting together a data set. Honestly, he is much better at it than I am. So it would probably be a good idea for everyone to just look out for what he has to say. But apparently the logic for AI expertise gain has been changed, is what he is suggesting. And that would actually make sense. Memorabilia room to max, and we also got a new design done. The underfloor, which should be the final edition, we can emergency manufacture it, which we will not do, because our factory did, of course, get shut down in true American fashion. And want to make another suspension. Honestly, I have been messing around with the suspension too lately, and what I am thinking we might try and do here is make a suspension that is basically just tire preservation and top speed. Now, it would be nice to keep some of that cornering while we do the same thing, but I'm kind of considering if the tire preservation and top speed weigh out for the losses of cornering. That might be an experiment that I'll do in the future, but honestly, I've kind of been seeing this too, just as a heads up. The cornering gains you get aren't amazing on the suspension this year, so maybe the way to go is going to be something like this. But I want to try it out a little bit, see if we can figure out something out today with the tire preservation potentially, which should be good. Come on, my people, we need more baguette love. I don't have either one, might be because I'm on Xbox. The consoles hadn't gotten the patch yet at Cheddar, so that makes sense. Mike's really good with data, far better than I am, so dude's a wizard. Missed most of yesterday's stream. Have I tested enough to see how AI develops now commit to pre-patch? You can still beat them handily in the third year because of how they do research, so keep that in mind. But it's definitely going to be closer now in the first couple of seasons, and I even had McLaren win the second year in my test run. So the AI is definitely getting closer to both being a little bit more competitive between themselves, but also being a little bit more competitive with the player, and I welcome that. But again, they still suck at research, so keep that in mind when you go into your second year. Don't go all in on research and you will be fine, and can probably keep it a little bit more competitive. No research projects? I love this. It's just like, why are you not researching, you fool? Okay, ATR starts today. I'm just, again, I've done 2 seasons basically overnight. I'm a little bit sleep deprived. So I'm just mentally getting back into this game. So you can kind of imagine just how painful it was when I was doing 3 different saves last year. I'm not doing that this year. I'll be honestly saying that right now. We're not doing 3 different saves this year. That's just gonna suck. Massively. I was not expecting to see this much of a landslide. What's it at? 75, 24. We've got 42 votes. We got still 11 people here not using their voting rights, I believe. But yeah, the French are not getting much support from the people. Hello, Tekka. I'm struggling. The cost cap thing. Cost cap will be fixed on consoles next week. It's been fixed on PC this with 1.6. A lot of people have that bug, Dennis, with the where you're driving basically a Star Wars vehicle that I can't remember the name of at the moment. 10 races to go and I'm dead. Honestly, the thing is though, if you need to emergency manufacture, it might be for the best that you just straight up sit out the races, because you'll just build up more and more depth. In the 4th season and I'm flying? Yeah, I would expect that, Jake. Hello, Jasper. My issue was I kept doing AlphaTauri, Haas, and Alfa Romeo. Kind of had to do that, though, to keep things a little bit more challenging, because any of the other teams was basically a cakewalk. Unless I added rules that slowed me down. Okay, let's invest in the... We're going to get started with some research here. And again, you just get so much bonus from using CFD. So this is going to make it far more competitive next year, which is why we are kind of investing into it. I'm going to be very lazy doing this. The AI still seems to invest a lot into dirty air. But yeah, I see this as our best option. Particularly also since low speed cornering is what is suffering this year. Okay. Let us head into Miami, and then I shall catch up with chat and my terrible opinions. I don't know the true power of the French baguettes. Haas is goated. Yeah. Hello, John. We found top speed and DRS can be quite poor. Yeah, the top speed DRS isn't really super interesting, John. It's not. Sorry, that's the wrong poor wording. DRS is generally just used for 2 things. It is good for passing the cars in front of you, and it's good for qualifying a little bit better because you can use your DRS during qualifying. Top speed kind of does the same thing. There's some tracks where top speed is massive, like Las Vegas. To some degree, it's straight to Baku, Monza. But generally, top speed is just going to help you pass the car in front. Cornering is where your main pace lies in terms of getting around the track quick. But of course, you need to be able to pass the car in front so you don't get slowed down, so you can actually use your pace. So it's kind of a balance game there. But so far, for the most part, cornering is just straight up what you should be doing 90% of the time, unfortunately. Hello, David. I assume that is you, Marcelo. I believe you requested me to call you David, so I'll try and do my best to remember that. Do I have some tips to survive the first My Team season? I actually have a couple of videos on surviving your first season, but generally, you're just going to have to make one set of design components and then focus on research. Try your best to just score a couple of points in, say, Monaco, and then you're usually good. Top speed high plus wet weather, rocket ship. I can believe that. I could see top speed be more... I still hate this, though, that you can't actually do any proper training on the first day of the month. That is still a bug. I'm just going to get this set up quick. Okay, we're 70 now across the board, so let us get that time down a little bit. Closer to 2.6, maybe, if we're lucky. By the end of this year. Maybe. You can hope. And I think we're going to aim at doing 3 races a day. We're going to try and get Miami, Italy, and maybe Monaco done. And I am planning to stream tomorrow as well, if time would allow it. But probably not on Sunday during race day. Probably tomorrow after quali, I think. There is a practice starting in about half an hour, but I'll watch that later. And I'm sorry for streaming in the middle of an F1 actual practice session. Well, soon to start practice session. Okay, I think we are ready to continue. When am I getting my manufacturing slot back? I miss it. I believe it's after Miami, so I shouldn't actually worry about it. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, factory fire. We've had an interesting start to this season. Let's just put it like that. Side pod design is complete. Is this one with top speed? It is. So we're going to sacrifice a little bit of cornering here to get some top speed back. I don't know if I want to sacrifice the engine cooling though. That could backfire. So yeah, I'm a little bit miffed about that. I'll be perfectly honest. Now remember, we're getting changed to front and rear wing, which means that we can actually keep on designing the other components. Okay. That makes more sense to what I'm doing then. Honestly, this would also be good, just getting more cooling. Cornering is still king. I think we'll do a couple of additions like this and just kind of develop our sideboard, our chassis, and our suspension this year. Maybe do a little bit of underfloor as well. I think that is going to be the idea. Paris is actually leading the deconstructors. Yeah, that's not a surprise. What do I make of Kim's crash? Just tried a little bit too hard. He was already kind of on the edge on his first lap there, and as was stated plenty of times, it's a new surface. So he pushed the car a little bit harder than he should have. Should probably have spent the first half an hour getting more, kind of trying to explore those limits of the car, instead of doing that on his second fast lap. So probably a little bit too ambitious, a little bit too overconfidence, and it put him in the wall. Is what I'm feeling. Let's see here. Do I have the hover car glitch? Not yet, but maybe we'll see it today. Do I have any tips to keep the game fresh? What someone suggested to me is just make a, if we go, I can't actually go one more day. It's just to develop your car in a manner where you're not allowed to have any negatives. It's kind of a way to limit yourself. But let's face it, there's only so many times you can play this game. There's not really anything that is massively different from each playthrough, unfortunately. There's not a lot of freshness to be had from one save to the next, honestly. The new quick saving is annoying. Can't turn it off. I don't believe so. I haven't found any setting to really do that. Okay, that is the wrong screen. That's the help screen. Yeah, I don't believe there's any setting to turn it off, and I do believe that they are kind of, you know, saving a little bit too much. But not really much we can do about it. We are expected 19th and 20th in this race. Do we expect a better result, or are we going to fail and end up dead last?
Once again, we touch down in Miami as F1.
You had your win in the Alpine series. As Sargeant fans have this. Well, we're getting rain. I might need to take manual controller. It's 3 times rain. How are our tires looking? We have an extra wet. You know what? We are going to be a little bit cheesy. And I think the Americans have won the poll there, so I'm going to go ahead and close that. I'm going to go and consult the archives for a setup. It's either that or I do it manually. I'll be perfectly honest. And I personally am not a fan of the setup minigame because honestly, it's just the same every time. I really wish they would do something with that, but honestly, I understand that they have other priorities at the moment. A couple of other areas that probably need a little bit more help than just the setups. So we'll simulate the first one. We'll do the sprint shootout ourselves. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this is actually going to pan out, if you will.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to go.
Hello, Ore. Oral. Mailander crashing. What's not my bingo card? Well, we've had some crashes here. So it's going to be a pretty interesting weekend. Start with the absolute worst staff and drivers. Remember what happened last time? Yeah, I still have hope so. How to increase reward for race position. It's based on the sponsorships you take in the start of the season ender. So you need to have your sponsorship pool for race results as high as possible. Basically. It doesn't care where you actually finish though. That's the thing. So even if that goal improves to say want me to finish first, I'm still going to get the same amount of money. It's just based on your current car rating. So it's kind of a weird one. And honestly, car rating, I think I've figured out what is the main issue with it. Why it tells you that you have a terrible car. Particularly if you use Mercedes engines. Because the way that it seems car rating works is that it takes acceleration and it takes engine power into account. And the Ferrari and the Honda engines are stronger in both of those departments. Which leads you to a bit of an interesting situation where you're going to struggle a little bit with both of those, to be fair. I think we gabble on that for Crawford. That should be fine. Should we leave balance assist on for the whole race? I do for most cases, unless I want to really micromanage. Basically, if I feel like micromanaging, I turn it off. If I don't, I leave it on. I also should have fixed the car, made it look prettier, but sleep was more important. But yeah, the balance is the general rule of thumb is you lose a little bit of time over the course of a race by leaving it on. If you can do it manually, do it. Why am I cheating? Why have I sent you on soft tires? I hate this, by the way. I didn't actually check this, but if it's gonna be a rainy session, you can send your boys out on soft tires. The question is, are we gonna be able to knock out someone that shouldn't get knocked out by running a better tire than we're allowed to? Should add that to the game, random chance safety car crashes. To be fair though, yes, but I don't think that a safety car has ever crashed while like leading the pack. Because basically, again, the safety car is kind of finding its limits in practice. Like safety car also has practice, but it hasn't actually crashed out from leading the pack in Formula 1. I think I read that on Reddit, so I don't know how accurate it is. But we trust the Reddit people. And I love having a level 5 weather center give me a rain prediction that's 34% accuracy. I love that too, which is why I don't upgrade my weather center anymore. It's just not worth it to me financially. I never bothered upgrading my weather center beyond level 3. I don't have a weather center. Like my weather forecast people are with the board, sitting in the cardboard box, holding their hand out to see if it rains. We actually ended up 12th and 13th while we were cheating with soft tires. That's a yikes right there. Hamilton though out. That's a double yikes. Ocon Gasly out. Ooh, America intensifies. Biggest American fan is back. Hello, Nick. Shame for you, you missed the vote here. We had a vote on who would win this stream. It voted 73% in the favor of the Americans. Americans won, the French 0. Guess you could look at it that way. Paris on shootout 1 pole. I think we are in danger though of going out in Q2 or SQ1. Sorry, SQ2. Jesus. Because this one is actually starting on Inters. What is the... What's the expectation here? Let's just get in there and see what we can do. Is it gonna get wetter? It is. Get your asses out there, boys. We actually need these boys to hurry along. Because it is going to get weather, but it's also gonna remain somewhat dry. Yellow there, Magnussen, not one of our boys. Okay, I'm gonna take control over Crawford because he is first. And wait, he's actually running. Is he running first? Yeah, he is. Just to give a little bit more gap between them, so we don't have an incident where one screws over the other. Yes, I don't have the maximal graphic preset mod on right now. Haven't had a chance to restore it yet, so keep that in mind. We're equal. With someone with dual citizenships, I'm torn which one to support. The American. Yeah. I like when my drivers get good quality results. Yeah, that makes sense. Good quality results can be both a blessing and a curse. You're not wrong, honestly. So you're not wrong on that one. Let's see here. Apologies, everyone. I'm getting a little bit distracted on the side, so hopefully I won't crash. And this time, I promise, I think I've actually managed to fit the game in the screen. Yesterday's stream, it was a little bit off, and that was kind of a bad thing. Crawford here, do you have enough fuel to get back home? This is actually a pretty terrible run for both of our boys. We're getting beaten by the Hazards. We are going to need to try and do one more here. 14, 15th and 16th. Did we at least build some confidence? Not really. Now it's going damp. Okay. Might just be a little bit too late here. But we'll try. We have nothing to lose by trying again, right? To be fair though, I don't expect us scoring points in the sprint. I'll be personally honest. Perfectly. Oh, Crawford, you have so many people you need to make your way through. Yeah, not a shocker there that he did not improve. Neither here for Sargeant. A lot more a lot more water on track. And also a lot of blocking. Has is basically an Alpine extension. Alpine expansion. For real? Aren't they for the most part English? But we beat Hamilton. Look, we beat Hamilton. We'll take that as a personal win over the Brits.
Well, it's a different format.
Yes, Miami was a sprint race this year. Unless I'm mistaken. It should be anyways. I hate Austria. Yeah, me too, Floof. Enjoy your work, Tekka. Hopefully, get it. You enjoy your work. Hopefully it's not too boring. So we have a sprint where it's gonna start raining. Oh my. An actual interesting sprint. Like, it says it's gonna pour, but I really need the millimeter numbers here on the side because I feel like this is just gonna be a bait, if you will. Where, you know, the news says that, oh, it's gonna absolutely pour down. And then the reality of the situation is this is just like 0.5 millimeter. Which would still be dry tires, mind you. Honestly, let us go for the gamble here. We burned the softs, we burned the inters. And even if we're wrong, we'll still be quick. It's gonna get very interesting. I hope I come back before you stop streaming. Well, I wish you... I hope so too, Tekka. Have a good one.
It's time for the sprint.
I will doubly support Albi.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
I should keep that neutral. That's what I was told, so let's see if that... Yes, it does make sense. From the perspective of being more overtakes happening this year.
Copy.
Good start, we retain our places at least. Get a little bit of mentality boost if we survive here. Everyone is burning their tires, so everyone's just going to be flying. Is what I'm gathering here. Personally came back from race in Monaco where there was a red flag and my driver started a lap ahead of everyone else. That sounds like me cheating with the soft tires in the sprint shootout. Oh. Got some sparks there. Scared me for a second. To be fair, Albon is currently holding everyone up in a not good manner. How am I getting the interval and tire wear on the same screen? So this right here is a mod called Extended UI, which you can find on what's it called? Overtake.gg. So it's basically just a mod to the game. It's very easy to install. So you can go ahead and pick that up if you are interested. Do I know if there's a version of this game for World Endurance Championship? I don't believe so. I haven't looked. I'll be honest and say I haven't looked into it or anything close to it. I don't believe so. And I just broke my game, so I'll be right back. But yeah, I don't know if there's a World Endurance Championship type game for the same sense as F1 Manager. I don't remember if Motorsport Manager has World Endurance as part of it. Motorsport Manager does have a bunch of different like disciplines. Let me check quickly. There's a game coming called GT Manager. Apparently it's coming out sometime later this month. Sorry for breaking everyone's ears there. It's coming out later this month. I might go to their Discord and try and poke my head in. See if they would be willing to allow me to take an early look at it. I think I played a demo. It looked interesting, but it looked a little bit more arcadey if I remember. It still looked like a fun, casual type game. So yeah, I'd be up for taking a look at it. Okay, full attack. This is basically the same as we did previously, so let's just... oh, we did mess him up here with this one. Rest is pretty good, though. Let's see if we can avoid the soft lock this time around.
Here in Miami, it's time for the sprint.
Isn't there just new intro for F1 that they completely cut off Sargeant from the intro? Oh wow, we're going 3 wide here. Are we going to keep Hamilton at bay? No, we're going to get squished out. Sargeant getting a little bit messed up there by Hamilton. But we're getting a very early run here on Albon, so it might be a little bit of a better start. There you go, boy. Crawford showing us he really wants that seat. Just drive quicker, then you won't get booted off. Jesus. Yeah, I really wish you could tell them like to defend the inside, like every time. Coleman bit added? That's actually a good question. I didn't see the intro. I just, again, read on Reddit that they booted Sargeant from the F1 intro and just gone straight to Bottas. To be fair, though, they kind of fix that rather quickly most times. It's a good start. Crawford is being a little bit of a nuisance here to Hulkenberg. I don't like being close to a Haas, though. I feel like that is a dangerous place to be on the track. Sargeant also keeping Hamilton at bay is pure degeneracy. Like, it shouldn't be possible. Good work getting Albon there. Question now is, with no energy, can you catch up to the cars ahead? We also need to kind of tune down a little bit on fuel usage. No, Hulkenberg got us back immediately. Let's see, can I take a look at this now without getting booted to hell? So, heavy rain is going to be in 9 minutes. That's more than 2 laps. Like, this thing predicts it's going to be rain. Like, track's going to start getting wet in 2 laps time. That's 3 minutes. Uh, the fact that the weather system is in increments of 4 minutes is also an interesting choice. I'll put that out there. Colapinto's the first man now. Getting that, getting some free advertisement. Yeah, Sargeant here losing energy is not great, and the same actually for Crawford. We have immediately fallen backwards. RB with another mechanical fault is great for us. Hopefully it can develop into something worse. Ocon, K-Mac, and Red got the Wrecking Balls. To be fair, we could probably also become Wrecking Balls. Wouldn't surprise me. But I genuinely feel like in this game, there's just less incidents than in 23 and 22. Again, it could just be me having a placebo effect, if you will. But it's genuinely how it feels like to me. So when you start a new game with Sargeant or Colapinto? Currently, I'm just streaming Sargeant for the most part, Henrik. I'm a little bit unsure if I'm going to do anything with Colapinto. As I've probably mentioned before, I want to at least finish up the save that I currently have running with Alpine before I start anything new. I do not have the weather facility. Yes, you are correct on that. The fact that we are fighting for 15 and 16 leaves a sour taste in my mouth, but as long as we survive this race weekend, I think we'll be fine. So let's just speed this project up a little bit. Rain in 4 minutes now.
There is some rain coming now.
Copy.
And we also have a failure here for show. Now, we could potentially jump Hulkenberg if we get the timing correct here, but it's not really going to be points anyways, so it's not really going to matter. Oh, why is Magnussen slow? You make a mistake? Why are you back here suddenly? 37 seconds on that last lap. He was 3 seconds slower than us. Did we punt him, maybe? Did I do that? The question also is, because the grip levels is this high, it's going to be inters if anything. And as you can see, it's already expected to be rain on track because sprints can't show it properly.
Yep, copy.
Safety cars are very rare. Yeah, I agree with that. No fix about AI not paying breakout fees? No, not as of yet. I think because the AI is just spending money willy-nilly, you'd probably get too much money if they paid the breakout fees. So it's still, unfortunately, pretty bugged. I still can't believe we've kept Hamilton at bay. Like, that is actually insane. Like, Sargeant here is going to need a little bit of help to keep him still at bay, but
Copy.
even so, pretty insane. And 1X looks terribly slow. There's no way around it. Oh, that's unfortunate there. But the energy you saw there, we just flew past Hamilton in a Andretti team shitbox, I could say, and we just fly by. We're gonna stay out for one more lap here because by the time they come out, it's gonna be 50 millimeters, and if you do this before 90, you'll be losing out heavily. So we're gonna take advantage here. Although, yes, get out of the way, Verstappen. You kind of see just how early Verstappen has gone here. That he had just step out of the way. And my worry here is actually, again, that it isn't going to go proper inters. It could be best if you just go for another soft tire. Also, do we double stack? We can gamble on sending one car around again. It's probably going to go over 1 millimeter if we do. Probably one close to 110. But which one of you has the best confidence? We're going to give... Like, from a stat perspective, I should give Sargeant the opportunity. Who do we pit first? Who should we go for? Game entry is still Sargeant. Yeah, I would expect that. I don't expect them to change that, Lewis. Any plans for bringing back equal performance streams? Probably when we get bored of these ones. Equal performance still, I think, is probably one of the better concepts that I could do in this game. To keep things more equal and as a learning experience. I like to think when you don't have weather center, you just hide people to stand outside and update you on the clouds. Yeah. Should add a safety car, but a safety car red flag. Honestly, having an incident slider where you could increase the incidents to a level which you like would be good. But honestly, if you do that, you kind of need to compensate by giving the AI better factories so they can make more parts from the crashes. Double stack, Sargeant, Boogie. The thing is, I think we would be fine running another lap around here. That's the thing. So I kind of agree with us pitting Sargeant first. Question is just, do we give him a fresh intel or do we give him a used one? Yeah, I think we can do one lap here, since the main sentiment seems to be Sargeant. We're gonna unfortunately give Crawford a little bit of a sad one here. Oh, my game is lagging. Oh, Verstappen has started flying. He's caught up and gone past us. 90 though, that's a little bit too much. It's going up a lot quicker right now. I think we just get Crawford in here. We're going to double stack. It's not going to be pretty. It's either that or we stay out one more lap with Crawford. Because everyone else is pitting, so we could potentially have him be a little bit of a blocker. Now we do the double, and if we roll the bad dice, we roll the bad dice. I agree. Sargeant is going to get held up a little bit, but that is just how things are going to have to be. Hamilton there with a clean stop. What can we do? Not as clean. We do still come out ahead of Hamilton though, and Sargeant is going to be behind Albon. So yeah, not the best. But also not the most terrible stop we ever had. Basically, if we inverted the cars here, Crawford would probably be up here. Sorry, Sargeant would probably be up here. The question is just how much time he would lose it, because as you can see, he would be probably around here. Still probably would have lost a good chunk of time. However, we can just run full attack now till the end. Nothing is stopping us from doing that. Now you know how I feel with the buffering. Hamilton has been set free here on the wet tires. Immediately gets the overtake done. No DRS to keep us safe. Sorry though, I think we can run a little bit of top up here behind Albon and maybe get him before the end. Again, we'd just like to get a little bit of mentality buff here. Okay, I thought that was a safety car because we had a yellow flag going. Bottas ran wide.
Now this was Valtteri Bottas.
I never did that shot for Flu, if you're correct.
But all being well and fingers crossed,
I
no lasting
am fairly ambitious in what I want to try and make and get done. And then I severely underestimate how much time I need to get everything that I need to get done in a day sorted. So I'm bad at time management, as most of you probably have realized by now. Not to the point where I'll be late for work or anything like that, but free time stuff like streaming, making videos, oh yeah, I'll mismanage my time terribly. Underestimating it very, very much so. I think, however, for the most part, this race is over. Crawford is falling backwards again. And that is probably going to just be how things end here. To be fair, running light softs might have been a fun, you know, different strategy to run. Nice re-overtake. Let's get you off that recharge. I think for now we'll just fight with Magnus and Albon a little bit. Again, this is one of those tracks where top speed actually matters. And we don't have a lot of it. So we're gonna suffer. It's been a surprising lack of... Why must you say so, Floof? Why must you bring your that curse close to me here? As a reward, I'll show you Gasoline 20th. But yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna speed things along. I also got a interesting question in my DMs today. I won't say who, but someone asked me why I am simulating some races in my series, and honestly, the main reason why I'm simulating races is just that there's no real goal in showing it because we're not really gonna be in a position to score points. That's one reason why we do it, and also with the Alpine, which I'm probably gonna get back to tomorrow. I'm gonna be considering simulating the rest of the season purely just due to the fact that we're kind of locked in already. There's nothing that's gonna really change how the year ends for us. So while it can be entertaining, it's mostly just kind of dead air, if you will. So that would be the reasoning for that. But yeah, kind of interesting. I understand why people want to watch everything, but at the same time, it just takes a lot of time to do that. Time that I don't really have. Don't speak of the curse, it only encourages it. What does the curse say about the update? Honestly, the update is fairly decent. Like, most of the glitches seem to be visual for the most part. And I'm also looking forward to seeing what Mike has to say on the new AI developments. Sargeant gets Magnussen when I look away. Okay, so we're actually kind of flying right now. 3 laps to go. Let's push a little bit of fuel here, see if we can keep the torpedo behind us at bay. For Crawford, I don't think we are catching Hulk here, but we can make an honorable attempt with the energy that we have left. And honestly, we can kind of do the same here for Sargeant. Either we use all our energy and lose out, which is very likely, or we catch Albin ahead. Either or, it's a kind of a win, I guess you could say. Magnussen has to be using his battery too there. That's no way. Considering how quickly we got past Hamilton earlier, no way that Magnussen is not also using his battery. Crawford used his entire battery, got 3 seconds off from Albon. Oh, did he get the overtake done? No, Hulk is actually fighting with Hamilton now. What is this time? Sargeant did catch up to Albon, however, kind of what we wanted to have happen. Why would someone email you? Well, DM me on Discord, not email. Although I have received a couple of emails too of people wanting help with the game, so it's actually not that surprising. Is Scienceberg and Pit Lane still in game? I believe we saw that last or yesterday, so I believe that is still a thing. Yes. Don't really have the energy here really to launch any attacks. But I still trust in Sargeant to get the job done. And he does. Now we just need to keep him at bay for the last couple of laps here. How do people even get YouTuber emails? Well, I shouldn't probably say this on stream, but I have my email available on my page for people who want to contact me for, say, they want to give me a key to check out the game. I've had someone that wanted to sponsor me by giving me a shirt, stuff like that. So it's basically just so people know how to contact me if they have any business inquiries. So that's generally it. I have not been contacted on my private email. That's the reason why I keep also my Discord separate. Like my main Discord account, my private one from my YouTuber Discord account. Is to just keep everything a little bit more private, because someone will figure out if you keep them kind of linked in any way, shape or form what one or the other is. Okay, we are kind of reaching the end here with nothing in sight. I don't think Albon is going to catch us. It is the last lap.
Winner of the sprint.
Paris gets a sprint win. We get a 14th and 15th place, which is not terrible. And a wet Miami could mean interesting results, let's be honest. So I'm looking forward to getting quali done here too. Freedom car not doing well in Freedom Country. To be fair, the Freedom car isn't built for the Freedom track. I'll email in a request to put a French flag on the stream. Please don't. Funny part is, because of the fact that I get kind of spammed by different stuff, the initial like, do you want to play F1 Manager early email that I got actually went in the junk folder. So don't make it even more bad at judging what is junk mail and what isn't. Please, I beg of you, mercy. Okay, this time I actually remembered to fix that. Did we go on the older tires here? I think so. It is going to be a wet race weekend. I just don't know how wet. And if we need to, we can go another run on fresh inters. So let's try and save our tires as much as possible. Could also be that the end of this is going to be dry. It's going to be drier, but not dry. This could be another case of the AI running out of proper tires and the weather needing to compensate, similar to what we saw in Japan. This could be fun. Isn't the French flag just a white piece of cloth? No mercy. To be fair, that joke is as old as time. It seems like we're getting the best time ever on this first run. 37-1. Crawford is outperforming Sargeant currently, and we have damage to Rick, I think. Did he just outdo us with damage?
Copy.
No, it was show. Just the yellow popped up on Rick. It's actually impressive that he spun there in like the smallest, thinnest part of the track and not binned it into a wall. That's impressive in its own right. France actually has the most military victories of any country. And yet it's also the most famous one for surrendering for some weird reason. It was just out of the way, I think, so they didn't turn into a red flag. The question here is, do we gamble on getting through to Q2 with the same old set of inters? I think we do. Because we'll do one run all the way towards the end here, as it will be drying up. Norris and Perez should both be able to outperform us, for sure. It's going to be us versus Gasly, Ocon, Sullivan, and the two Saubers. I assume Paris and Show got both held up from the incident. And the thing here is, I can't actually wait too long with sending a car out, because while I would want to wait as long as possible, we're just going to get held up. I could try and be extra cheeky here, send them out about 2 minutes and take manual control. Gonna try that. We're gonna need to take manual control here simply due to the fact there's so many cars coming.
Feedback on track.
Track is now dry, so yeah, the longer we wait, the more benefits. Okay, Gasly. Russell is on a fast lap, yes. Okay, that is my cue to take control. Hey, look at that. We have so much extra fuel because we went to not wet qualifying. Okay, we had actually plenty of time here. We're going to be 30 seconds in the final corner. And the cars are going to be inside each other. This is not going to be a good run. Let's be perfectly honest. This is not going to be. This is not going to be pretty. Sargeant is potentially also going to get held up a little bit by Crawford, and he needs to improve. That's the worst part here. Hamilton is improving. Maggie is improving. Paris is improving. We are improving. But yeah, that is, you can kind of see it here that he definitely should have been let go. And it's most likely going to come back to bite me in the ass. I definitely should have done a little bit more distance between them. Russell overtaking us is kind of what sabotaged us, yeah, I'll be honest and say. They're going to go side by side into the final corner. Of course they are. Let's sabotage each other. Type beat. We got through though, so we're fine. Alpine to Q2. Well, one of them. Verstappen out in Q1. Bye-bye my precious confidence. France's official name is the Fifth French Republic. I feel like they should go back to the Burgundy name. Or Lotharingia. To be fair, Lotharingia would be part of Germany and Holland, Belgium, that area. Maybe a little bit east of that, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so wet qualifying. We have 3 wet tires, so that is actually perfectly fine.
Okay, that's the green light now.
It also does seem like the wet weather is going to go down, so I'm basically burning a wet tire for nothing here. Okay, we call this a confidence building run, as everyone is just jumping in the way. We get a red flag because we have our man in the wall. No.
Right then, you can take a look now. Now we're watching the action.
I can't believe you've done this.
The car makes contact, and that won't do the car any good.
I can only pray that is only suspension because the right rear took all the hit there. I think you play too much Europa Universalis. Yeah, me too. I agree. I agree with that one. Okay, so I should assume it's going to be Inters once we go back out. Yeah, that is a sad, sad moment in this qualifying. Okay, we need to get out. It's going to get wetter and wetter. Go, Logan. To be fair, though, when this happens, sometimes the AI glitches out and don't do a run. And I have a feeling this might be what has happened here. We'll see, though, if anyone else comes out or if Logan's gonna... The Freedom Tower is going to be given a freebie here. We have no more data. This would be hilarious if the AI, none of them go out. There we go, science is going out at least. And again, since we have no weather data, not really much I can do here. Bunch of purples. I think we are not going to get through here. Tsunoda is still parked. He's not setting a time. So one car at least is not going out again. Could probably benefit here from using Inters, but honestly, we're not making it out of Q2 on this track, so there's no point in wasting an Inter tire, even if it's just a little bit. I'd rather have it for the race. Leclerc to Williams, show to Ferrari. That is interesting, yeah. Interested? Interesting. But yeah, that is us out. I don't think... Oh. Freedom Tower into Q3. Tsunoda showing us mercy. Leclerc having a absolute screamer. So an article on Autosport. 100 Renault employees peacefully protesting about the factory shutting down. So yeah, Renault is shutting down their like engine program, if you will. Or at least they're trying. So the factory is kind of trying to protest. And honestly, I give them my credit for doing it in a peaceful way. Thoughts on salmon boiled in aquavit? I've never even heard of that. Where did you even come up with that? Booth, like, I'm gonna get a priest to help you out because you're gonna need one. Wait, can I edit your car right now? How did I get your car screen there? Why was I in... Okay, I was in Crawford's car there for a second. And I don't know how. Oh, I need to continue and fix his car before we can go into the... Oh, my God. I believe everyone is using this tier 1's there. We're gonna have to emergency manufacture a chassis and a suspension. That's gonna be expensive. Honestly, at this point, just use fresh stuff. Because the thing here is, when you emergency manufacture, you need to manufacture what the PC actually had on, so you can actually install it. If I try and install this one, I'm not allowed. And you can kind of see it here too. You just need to click and figure out what you need to emergency manufacture. But this is so expensive. That's a $3 million crash before we get into the components. That's a very, very sad error that sits here now. Don't manufacture Lennon Road. I'm not allowed to continue without manufacturing random.
We should have the green light now.
I need to be able to equip the car. Like, I would have loved to just say that, oh, honestly, you should be getting an option there, like, we don't have parts. He's just gonna have to sit in the garage for this race. That would make more sense. I googled most Norwegian things and combined the top two. Ugh. That just sounds horrible, Jasper. Please don't. Hello, Ninka. Fix it after quali. I'm not going to have the pass after quali anyway, so it's not going to change anything. He's already done race quali session, so he's already in Parc Ferme. Which means that no matter what I do there, it's not going to change anything. We're sad.
Car in the wall.
And Hamilton's about to be sadder. We've just concluded the French versus American Civil War. That is rear wing damage, which means that we are going to be starting ahead of Hamilton. Most likely. Did you hear that, boys? Currently in P1. Hulk in Q3. I'm still just going to use these inters because I just want to have two inters ready for the race itself. If we can. But we'll try and time this correctly so we can slow down Russell. That's going to be the goal here for this final run. Is it going to go far down? Pretty far down. Okay, I'm back. Looks like I may be a curse because Sargeant's in Q3. Let's go. We also had Crawford in the wall. Are you responsible for that? Not everyone is actually doing a second run here. Yeah, we are going to need to manually control the Sargeant. Even then, he might be late here. We'll see. It's going to be close, but I think we're fine. Yeah, we had about 10 seconds to go on. Plenty of time. What about salmon boiled in Julebry's? Julebry's is basically soda. So, do you boil your salmon in cola or Pepsi? It's going to basically be the same thing, Jasper. And I would never even consider it because, ugh. It's not good. I say French, but it depends on what it's for. We're basically having a fight here. We are the American team, and since Floof is so fervently protecting the Alpines, it's basically most people on this channel versus Floof. So if you're on the French side, you're supporting Floof. If you're on the American side, you're supporting us. Sargeant puts it in 6th. To be fair, we were helped by a lot of cars not doing a second run. But, yeah, Sargeant is going to have a terrible case of no confidence come race weekend. I have a really good recipe with salmon in a glaze made with Coca-Cola. Yeah, that wasn't the question, though. It was just straight up boil it in Coca-Cola. Pocket. You've been legally contracted into supporting Alpine. Okay, let us have a look here now, and yeah, that's not heavy rain. I have been bamboozled. Look at this. That's barely 20. It's not even 20. It's barely 15 laps worth of rain here. That's a drizzle. Look at that. It's not even going to go full wet here. It's going to go full wet for a second. I am worried about this, though, like the AI thinking that it's going to go until this before we need to pit for new tires. Let's see here. Is a one-stopper viable? Honestly, let's make that decision once we actually get to it, I think. Yeah, there was no point in saving an extra interset. But yeah, that is something that I do hate, though. Like, the fact that the weather just tells me it's going to be heavy rain for Sunday. This is like when I played football while I was young. And my coach used to say, be prepared for, like, it's going to be really... It's going to rain a lot. And by the time we get to the, like, field, it's already dried up. It's just wrong expectations. And that makes me very, very sad. Because it's something that can really... It's actually really, particularly for kids, though, it's really demoralizing. So I try and avoid that as much as possible. And it just makes me irrationally angry when I see it. Well, it is what it is. We'll just have to try and manage it best as we can. I guess we push for the first lap here. It's going to be a little bit wet. Under fuel as much as we're allowed to. And off we go. To the Miami... Sad ring, I guess. To the Freedom track.
Final checks are being carried out by the team.
Sargeant is busy winning the championship with Aston Martin. I say right now. That's not bad. Sounds fun. Thank you, but I'll stay loyal to McLaren. Oh. Okay, Sargeant, I need you to be on your absolute best behavior here now. You are fighting 2 McLarens for your place. I don't expect you to survive the first lap. I would be happy if you just barely hold on to 10th, because we also have the terror from the deep here. Verstappen's going to make his way up through the order. Oh god, I'm already feeling the pain here coming my way.
How is the track?
Oh, never mind. The pain has been alleviated a little bit temporarily. Sargeant isn't giving up, though. He is giving the McLaren a fight. But yeah, there's definitely something interesting going on with the ERS and acceleration, because you'd never able to see, you know, such a jump with our car ahead of a McLaren. That just is not viable. But I'll take it. I'll take every benefit we can get here. Don't change the pit stop time. Game knows too much. What? How do I keep my tire preservation high? My car's tires always seem to burn so quick. Well, you have tire preservation on your front wing and your suspension. Try and max it out in your suspension. Make sure that you avoid running over 105 degrees, which we currently are. So we're actually going to turn our cars down here just slightly, as Sargeant gets hauled for a little bit of defense. But yeah, generally the biggest no-no here is pushing your temperature over the maximum limit. As long as you do that, you'll generally be okay. Other than that, it's just smoothness on your drivers, tire preservation on your suspension, and your front wing. And there's really not much more to it. Just keep your tires within the temperature windows if you can, and manage. And manage, really. That's all there is. Right. What I want to ask before I apparently became an Alpine supporter, what race are we on? Miami. From did you say calling XCOM? Oh no, Verstappen, please. It's just a young boy. Honestly, I'm fine with Verstappen overtaking us. I'm still more surprised that Sargeant is surviving up here. Even without ERS, although without ERS, I would assume that he's going to start getting overtaken. Nope, he's still fighting back. Best part is we're cooking Piastri's tires at the moment. Look at that, 83%. I'm a horrible overqualifier. Am I the only one who wants more livery choice? Feel the current selection is limited. And I'd like to have something new and different every season. Honestly, it would be fun. I would be happy if they added more patterns to liveries to make them easier to make, or just straight up a kind of a paint mode to your livery, if you will. But considering how it was in 23 when we didn't have this, it's a step up. And I would assume as let's say the design artist gets less and less to do, we might see some additions there to livery design. It would definitely be a way for them to get a lot of free goodwill, I feel. Look how Sargeant is holding everyone up. Look at the gap that's been created from Russell to Sarge. It's just rude at this point. It's generally also because it's Piastri Season 1 and we're able to kind of burn his tires down a little bit extra. That is still not great. And again, lap 20 is when we pit, so we can actually start pushing a little bit at V2 now. Sargeant is cooling his tires, so let's put him back onto attack. Come on, you can keep the man at bay. Good work. Well, for 2, I can also go a little bit on attacks if we can get past Sullivan. I guess I did, Jasper. Would you like to repeat it? You see that Switzerland? Yeah, this is a Mercedes engine. It's just become just an easy choice, I feel, to make sure that you don't destroy your components over the course of the season. It basically saves you a lot of money, is what I'm saying. I was a Williams fan as well before the French Revolution.
Here's the replay. Now we're watching the action closely here. They decide to give it a go.
No. No.
And that sees them move to...
Yes, but don't boil the salmon in anything but, water. And then you can, glaze it with whatever you feel like. But no. Please, mercy upon this poor Norwegian soul. Honestly, if I was McLaren right now and this was happening in front of me, I would be pissed. Never underestimate the French. To be fair, last time the French were pissed, they kind of threatened Russia, Napoleon. So yeah, let's not make the French angry enough to bring that sort of guy back. That's unfortunate, Sargeant. You've held on well to this point. It finally took Piastri 7 laps to get it done. Honestly, if this was a wet race, we could probably micromanage our way into points. But when this becomes dry, they're just going to fly past us anyways, unfortunately. So I don't know if there's anything we can really do here to retain Sargeant within points position. Because again, this is not a track that is suited to our car. We're still lacking front and rear wing too to make matters worse. So it's a yikes moment. Salmon boiled in a fjord. That's just salt water. We're talking about Norwegian food. What do you think about caramel cheese? I've never heard about caramel cheese. It's not really a thing where I live. It might be something that the Southerners eat. Could also be that the Norwegian to English translation for some of our food is really weird. So it could be that just the translation sounds weird too. If I was McLaren, I would have done my Magnussen impression. Please don't. Please keep Magnussen. Please keep your Magnussen calm at all times. I'm only hearing that the French got balls. Well, if we're going to talk about balls, it's the Serbians that started World War One. That man didn't give any. That man didn't care about anything. He just wanted madness. That's the other McLaren gone, I think. Come on, Sarge, I'm giving you one last push here. Take your place back. Put him in the bin. Ah, that is him gone. That is him just straight up gone. We shouldn't be fighting with McLarens anyways. In all honesty. Not ever cross the French, they'll riot. True. Improved game processing speed. Honestly, the game feels slower. So I think that could be maybe on lower end computers. Maybe it's not optimized well enough for my machine. You know? I haven't actually felt like the game is running smoother. It feels like it's running jagged, mainly just due to the fact that we have that new save screen. Basically every time you click continue. The autosave's a little bit trigger happy, I dare say. Salmon boiled in a lefse. Do you even know what the lefse is? It's basically 2 pieces of soft bread with sugar and what is kanel in English? With sugar and spice in between. You're gonna get charcoal if you try that. I've noticed a big gain of speed and day progression in this patch. Okay. It's good to see. Sargeant on 6 in Season 1, so the up to fail again. Nice. Not really. Sargeant had a lot of luck with wet quali, where some cars just straight up didn't run the qualifying. Like, he qualified 6th because the 4 cars behind him didn't do a second run in a wet quali. So, I wouldn't use this to judge the update. SSX, I'll be honest. It's the AI being bad, but it's a different kind of bad. Let's be perfectly honest here. I think it was a Norwegian thing, but I could be wrong. It could be Swedish. The Swedish do like the caramels, so it also honestly sounds like it could be Danish. Probably a Scandinavian thing. Thank you. I should stand on the side with white in Parabolica. Could we have another crash in practice, maybe? Like, Sargeant is interesting to watch it because he is always in danger. But at the same time, we are just going to slowly start sliding more and more backwards. As unfortunate as that is. We're also running a little bit too hot here for Crawford. But he should survive till the 20th lap. So it's fine. What is that mod called for the interval? Extended UI. In Aero, after you make a king cornering build, how do you transition to also getting the other stance of the car to first on the grid? Well, you're basically going to have to sacrifice a little bit of your cornering to get that done. But you can add top speed to your suspension, your side pod, maybe your underfloor. But generally, it's just you're going to have to sacrifice a little bit of cornering to get those other stats to 100. It's just how things are. Oh yeah, cinnamon. That's the English word for canel. So yeah, you are correct there. Go on, Sargeant. Hunt down that stroll. It's not too surprising. There was loads of Norwegians that
And there's a slow pit stop.
immigrated to the US, particularly before we found oil. So I'm not surprised that you're finding a lot of... Why is Hulk pitted? What does this man see that we don't see? Okay, Verstappen is going to get us. It's just a question about time. Like, look at the confidence there. You've held up way quicker cars for 15 laps, and you don't feel confident about the situation, my boy. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel insulted. Oh, brown cheese? Yeah, brown cheese is good. I can understand why I would go mad as caramel cheese though due to the color, but I literally thought a caramelized cheese. Yeah, brown cheese is decent. I wish you luck with that experiment, Jasper. Pronunciation tips appreciated. Gravlux, Rökelux, Fafjokake, Akevit. That's your start. Seems like everyone's struggling on the new stuff this month, so yeah, I saw that in FP1. I'll probably sit down and look at FP2 after this. Honestly, at this point though, Sargeant is going to be finding Tsunoda. Oh, never mind.
And yes, we have.
That's unfortunate, Hulky.
Nico Hulkenberg there. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done to avoid crashing into the barrier. And that's
He wiggled and hit the barrier, I think. Like he lost a rear and just smacked his front wing into it. Looks like he's lost the front right plate there. That's interesting. But yeah, I think we're going to be fighting Tsunoda and Hamilton for the last point potentially here. Rick's fault is also escalated. Looks to be an engine issue. What do I want to do here? I think we just push now. And shall we go for the switch? Should be fairly quick. 15 currently, a second away from the top. Assume that is Colapinto Floof. Brown cheese. It's kind of a caramel flavor, yeah, I guess. It's more of a... It's not really a caramel flavor, but I don't even know how to describe it. It's pretty decent though. I'll just say that. Most Aussie meal I can think of is barbecue. Nah, barbecue is fine. It's the Australian, like I would call it an Australian staple. Did you know that in Norway, we have a thing called Taco Thursdays or Taco Fridays also, but basically we eat a lot of tacos and not the like authentic original ones, but fake taco. so trust us. There's a bunch of weird stuff going on with food around the world. Ow! Yeah, we're not suited for this track. That's number one. But I'm really looking forward to Monaco, which we're going to be ending the stream on. I think for now, we just need to survive. It is getting closer to a dry tire. Crawford is kind of just fine back there doing his own thing, which is why we haven't really paid attention to him. You can kind of see Sargeant here is already losing out. He's a second now, 2 seconds now behind Tsunoda. We're going to have to pull off a miracle here to get points. We had a good start. If it was wet, as I mentioned, for the entire thing, then maybe. But unsurprisingly, we're going to get overtaken by Leclerc and then most likely Hamilton now on the following lap. K-Mag just crashed. That's unfortunate. Tim Tams, the Australian national food. Yeah, it's called brunost, but that literally translates Yankee to brown cheese. Like brun is brown in Norwegian and ost is cheese. Just Google Norwegian taco. Yeah, I know. Yes, but I know. I know. Trust me, I don't eat any of that. Those abominations. I make my own when it's proper taco days. Oh, Monza on Sunday can't come quick enough. If the track don't rubber in properly, I feel sorry for like the F3 race. Is there also an F2 race this weekend? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure there's an F3 race. Like it's gonna be mayhem. We could be in trouble here because the water isn't really going down as quick as I hoped. It's kind of stuck at 258 at the moment. And we are burning tire at the moment too. Oh, there we go. It started to drop.
Rain has stopped.
Copy.
Finally, the water has stopped as we get overtaken by Hamilton. I think we're still just going to keep on pushing here. Crawford is probably going to need to pit on this lap, which might be a little bit too soon for him. But we're just going to have to do it to stop the tires from exploding. And we're going to have to make a decision now on what we want to do with the strategy. We're going to be pitting within a lap or two. So what I'm thinking is we go on a medium to start off with, but we add in a soft combination. We're going to go for another two-stopper here. Let's say that we pit on lap 22. We don't really save any time running aggressive unless we get the soft in there a little bit quicker. Like so. F2 and F3? Yeah, it's going to be mayhem. How do you make the UI like this? If you talk about the top left side, it's the extended UI mod. I win. Tracks like these is a big no-no to push it west. Yeah, we kind of had to, though, to just kind of try and stay ahead. And we kind of wanted to try and use up our tire before the wet period ended. So I don't disagree with you, particularly when you go over 105 degrees, you lose a lot of pace. And that's kind of what is biting us in the ass right now. But at the same time, we're too close to the end to kind of stop. I'm using the, the sunken cost fallacy is hitting me head on right now. This would be about 12 seconds faster. But at the same time, it's not really much of a difference here. So I think we might as well just run standard or even light. And just push a little bit towards the end of this medium stint. See what kind of room we can find ourselves here. I think we'll just do this for both cars. But yeah, you're not wrong, Rents. It is a kind of a no-no to burn your tires as hard as we have. Particularly now that we're hitting 108 degrees. At this point, honestly, we probably should just drop down to conserve and try and just get to the pits. Crawford is going to have to survive one more lap, I think. It's still way too wet to get him in at the moment. Out to the end, it could, but as I mentioned, it's about 10, 12 seconds slower than doing the two-stopper. Track rubber too low for anything besides softs. I guess that makes sense. Could flip them around. The only problem with flipping them around is the fact that we're going to be pitting fairly early then, and we're going to have to make our way through traffic. That's kind of the concern there, by pitting early. Which is also why I want to do the mediums first. Fenalor, Sild and Flatbread. Well, Fenalor is good. It's basically just a cured sheep slag. The Spanish do something similar. Italians too. So that one's pretty tasty. I'm not a fan of sour silt. To be fair. We're gonna have to do one more lap here. It's gonna suck, but it's gonna be we have to do. Put them up to standard now, round. What is my opinion on the new patch? It seems to be good. Depends Depends on if it's good enough for longer saves. There are some bugs that have been introduced, but they're mostly visual bugs, so I remain positive to the patch. Really thinking about buying this game? Check when the sale ends, Inca. I don't know if it's still on sale for 20. It might be. We're going to actually have to do one more lap here with Crawford, so lap 20 was definitely a little bit optimistic. Like, it's still over 1 millimeter here. You would expect this to be like 60 millimeters at that point. But yeah, we're probably going to do a double stack on this next lap. And again, I just want to do the medium first, basically, again, to try and build a gap. Well, softs probably is a better choice due to, again, the rubber. Haven't noticed any huge differences, though, personally. Who is causing yellow flags in my... It's Ocon! Da-da-da! He's now in puncture territory. Well, not yet. He's getting close to it. At least get to 20% for that to happen. In rainy conditions, it's kind of impossible to beat the AI. The thing is, in rainy conditions, your top speed is actually more important. So our car is built terribly for rain. We're actually the first pitters here too. That's going to be fairly interesting. Which means that we might want to just go attack on the outlap here. Because we have a lot of tire available to us. And taking care of it would be nice, but getting some free overtakes would be nicer. So let's go and hit ahead here and see what we can do with Sargeant and Crawford. See if we can actually make up some places. That is one. And again, as long as we can build a little bit of that confidence, the Sargeant absolutely demolished, I would be happy. Leclerc in the pits, Hamilton in the pits. Is Mag also going to go to the pits? I would assume so. Yep, Gasly. In the pits. I guess Sargeant is going to get Magnussen. Probably not Hamilton. No, he's already out. Paris and Norris still out on the tires, though. It's kind of bold from them. Crawford definitely got some benefit here. Up into 14th. Most of them are actually on the soft tires, which kind of binds them to another stop. But yeah, we definitely lost out a lot of time here. From 10 to 12 by burning the tires a little bit more than expected. I thought we'd be able to pit lap 20 instead, which was lap 25, 26. That hurt quite a bit. Okay, I need to catch up with chat. Sorry about that. Buy for Christmas sale? Yeah. Gotta wait till next week. Let's talk about French food. You can't get points in Miami. Version 1.6 seems to be more difficult. We've actually destroyed our car. We've had a factory freeze as well. So we're still lacking a rear wing and a front wing at this point, Tanaka. So the car isn't actually optimized either. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit, 1.6 is definitely more difficult than previous patches. That's not wrong. I've googled in most Norwegian things, and this is what they are. Fjord, which is basically straightforward. Fish, aquavit, salmon, skiing, hiking, Viking, and the Northern Lights. You know what the funny part is? When I traveled, I traveled to a couple of other countries in Europe when I was younger. And like I brought images of the Northern Lights. To me, they weren't anything special, but people asked like if I could give them copies of it. And that's kind of a interesting perspective. Like people who have never seen the Northern Lights, they are like, oh, what is that? Amazing. And I was kind of grew up with them. They just are another winter night for me. That's kind of an interesting perspective there. I've been to Finland, yeah. I've been to every Scandinavian country with the exception of Iceland, which technically isn't Scandinavian, but I count it as it anyways. Ghastly overtaking us. What is this heresy? This is heresy of the highest order. To be fair, though, we probably should start burning these tires also a little bit more. Hunt down that Ghastly. This will not stand. There's so many practice sessions manually that I'm disappointed when I don't get 100% confidence on both. To be fair, it's really satisfying when that happens. Hello, Rava. How you doing? Yeah, basically, I got a 14-day factory fire here. Firearm the second I got my... I think we also had a design freeze. And then we had a factory fire, so we've definitely gotten very slowed down in our development here. Well, the Scandinavian ones, I've been to England, I've been to Germany. I've also been to a... what's it called? What's it called? Japanese island that I can't remember the name of currently. So I've been about a little bit. Rick is developing problems. We'll take that and just fly past. I think it was Okinawa, yeah. What was the biggest culture shock for you? People being amazed at Northern Lights. Honestly, that's the biggest one. I personally believe that I'm pretty tolerant, so like when I go to a new country, I just don't go there with any like expectations. I just kind of try and adapt to how things are there for the most part. I'm good too, Rava. A little bit frustrated how we're falling backwards there, but other than that, I'm doing good. The fact that Rick is still hunting us though with damage is amazing. Kyoto? No, I didn't stop in any like big cities in Japan. It was just a short trip. I was there for like 5 days. Visited a friend, so to speak. I kind of got dragged along on that trip. It wasn't something that was planned properly. So yeah, it was a freebie trip to Japan, which I will be very happy about. Take another for sure. I am 30-ish years old. I should come to Australia. The thing is, even in Japan, I kind of melted. I'm not made for temperatures, like hot temperatures, as you guys have probably realized by now. I'm made for sitting in the ice and relaxing. Like, even summers here in northern Norway, I feel are hot to me, so you can kind of get an idea of just how badly genetically engineered I am for the cold. People's Republic of North Korea? No, I have no plans of going there. The Netherlands? I have not been to the Netherlands, but I have a friend who's like renting out... Like, the dude is a workaholic, so he invested in housing in Netherlands that he's now renting out by B&B. So, Netherlands might be a place that I will visit in the future, potentially, but no plans to going there yet. I'm Spanish, but I wish we had Norwegian. And Spain is basically like... You guys are straight up being cooked right now. Like, it's very, very... like, you've had insane temperatures over the course of this summer. I need -10 to be happy. Yeah, I agree with that. If you aren't tolerant of hot temperatures, I recommend Algeria. I disagree. I know where Algeria is. I don't want to go there. It's a pretty hot place, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Sargeant, again, we're kind of falling into the position here where there's not really much we can do. Sargeant is kind of getting the gap here for his pit stop. Let's see, 21 seconds. Let's speed this up a little bit. I'm getting so distracted by random stuff. I think we just go attack here. We burn these mediums a little bit. That should be fine now. And then we try and pit, because every soft runner and also the other medium runners here are going to have to pit. The question is, are they going to go for another soft, or are they going to just straight up go directly to a hard tire? So we can burn the tires now and start being a little bit of a nuisance. The area I live in is known for having really sad weather and winters that last almost all year. Kind of sounds like where I live, Loof. To be fair, random, the reason why particularly Norwegian people come to Spain is just because it's hotter than Norway and more sun. That's literally the only two things that we care about. Also, that is cheaper. Cheaper than at home. Like, as long as you get those three things done correctly, you can have as many Norwegian tourists as you want. Yeah, Algeria is by the Mediterranean coast, like on the Africa side. So it's going to be a hot place, I would think. Go to Bergen and enjoy some rain. Yeah. Am I booting Sargeant? Nah. Why would I do that? Sargeant's doing well here. Sargeant's probably doing better here than he is in reality, sad as that is. Magnus, I should get into the piss right now. I don't want to waste any energy on him.
Yeah, copy that.
But he is also losing us a little bit of time. I guess we can waste a little bit of a push here to get by him. Get all the way to his behind, cross the DRS line, and now we should just shoot your train by.
Not a good stop.
Whereas with a slow pit stop, it's none of our concern because again, it doesn't actually affect us at all. Go on, Crawford. Push. Push. Get away from the Magnus. Russell and Alonso pitting. Russell, having a clean pit stop is kind of bad for us. He's the only chance of points currently. Unless Stroll decides to be cheeky. We're not completely out of it yet. Like, Stroll is a good, 20 seconds ahead of us. He can still crash. He could still decide to run out of tire. That would be a very Stroll thing to do.
Now, down to the pits. There's been a hold-up.
Who would his replacement be? Colopinto, I guess is the correct answer to that one. Oh, I meant Reykjavik. Well, that's Icelandic. Alcohol is cheap, yeah. Alcohol is very expensive in Norway. Yeah, basically we just like to go to Spain, Cyprus, the Mediterranean as a whole, just for sun tanning. Is it true electric cars are much cheaper in Norway? They used to be. Like, we had kind of... you would get tax benefits, if you will, from choosing electric over fossil fuels, but it's kind of being phased out right now. So you're not getting as much of a benefit, but it did make the cars a lot cheaper. But Norway is generally a very expensive country to live in. I'm from Mallorca and people usually come to jump. Ugh. That's unfortunate. Like, jumping into a pool at least. That's not the fun Olympics. That's the tragic Olympics. That's terrible. Okay, I just find it interesting that so many teams have gone for... You know what? This isn't gonna work most likely, but let's get on a soft tire, the only soft tire we have. And see if we can do something cheeky with Hamilton. Gonna have Crawford go one more lap in case we get a late safety car. Again, I just feel like there's no safety car in this ES game. There's no point really staying out in most scenarios because you're just not gonna get a safety car. Go full attack for lap, Sarge. Oh, did Hamilton have a slow stop? Nah. He also went to a... He went to a... medium tire? Did Hamilton have a slow stop, not Sarge? Still not going to be points, but... Could potentially hunt down a Hamilton by the end of this. I think that would be an acceptable second prize. Currently, though, Hamilton is a bit quicker than us. Which he should be. Don't get me wrong. I'm still going to pray for safety car here because that's the only chance we have of getting points. 12th and 13th is acceptable when the game's told us that we're going to get 19th and 20th. But it's still not a happy thing. You can also push a little bit of fuel here. Get that back on the positive. Assassin's Creed type thing? I wish it was an Assassin's Creed type thing. Floof. Oh, they drink too much near balconies? That's not good. What are my predictions for the race if they only drives for Leclerc, Sainz, and Hamilton? Hamilton was the 2 with the 50-second time penalty. I don't think it would change much, I'll be honest. Unless Ferrari pulls a real Ferrari strategy, that should be the kind of finishing. Just either Sainz Leclerc wins, Hamilton catches up if Ferrari does a Ferrari. Really? It's a shame. We tried. We got close, I'll be honest, but never mind, I'm about to send Crawford into the Shadow Realm. I hate that I placed my microphone in such a way that it hides Crawford's fuel. Last will be fighting for points. Today, like in the real life. So my prediction is a Ferrari 1-2. Yeah, sure. Let's go with the Ferrari 1-2 this weekend. Okay, Sargeant. Get ready to hunt down the Hamilton. Or rather, let's run. Yeah. You don't have you're basically one lap behind at this point, so let's not go full attack just yet. To do one more lap before we do that. Once you cross the line, then it's 4 laps till the end, and also push so Piastri doesn't lap you and causes the same pain that we suffered in Japan, because that was painful having to run behind them. Does anyone get the bug of every driver being released at the end of Season 1? I've not seen that bug yet, but that sounds weird. It's pushing. Probably could have started pushing earlier, to be fair, but it is what it is. Honestly, for Crawford here, we're just going to run standard because I don't want to put him in the wall. I would love to get Hamilton just for bragging rights, but let's be honest, that does not seem to be very likely at this point. We're running very equal lap times. Last fuel check. Go till the end. Deploy everything you have, Sarge.
Copy.
Like, this would be enough to gather it down. It says final lap, but it's basically 2 laps for us. So we still have a chance of getting Hamilton here. 2 seconds behind is not much, particularly if we use all of our energy to catch him. We can get within DRS. And it's not over yet. There we go. We're coming for you, Hamilton. We are losing so much time otherwise, though, that this is gonna be a tough ask. Piastri has done it. He has won. Now Crawford will be finishing his race. Safety car has been deployed.
We will have a safety car in this lap.
And the safety car is also in this lap.
Remember to follow your delta.
Oh,
Copy.
Okay, suggest someone leaving.
did Piastri cause the safety car? I see. Okay. Piastri and Norris parked. And that caused the safety car.
Okay, red flag.
I love this. I loved when the AI underfuels to the point where it caused a red flag at the end of the races. This is the best bug that this game has introduced. After my save, totally killed the realism. Yeah, I could assume that. I had to call 3 people for birthdays today. Either you have a lot of friends, or a lot of them were born on the same day there, Nick. Pretty buggy patch? Yeah, honestly it is, which is sad. Do I know the most Norwegian last common Norwegian names? Nah, I don't know it. Any place we can track the budge? Probably in the Discord, like the F1 Manager Discord. Don't give up your day job for designing logos. Yeah, I am not artistically inclined, as you've probably seen from my thumbnails, from anything art related. I am not an artist. I can barely draw like directions. If someone asked me to draw them a tiny map to get around the city from like point A to point B, I would probably send them off the island. Like, I would send them into the ocean by accident. I am terrible when it comes to maps and directions. Yeah, Imola should be pretty smooth sailing though. I think that's going to be one of those we just power through really quick. Let's see. Let's go ahead here and make more designs, particularly in the chassis department. Get ourselves some upgrades. Probably 2 or 3 designs before we put it on the car. That is fine. P6 to P12. To be fair, he was scheduled for P19, so we'll take that, Nick. The game has no bugs, the game in question. Yeah. Can't really fault the AI for underfueling, causing flags. I've done that no less than 4 times. The thing is that when the AI causes flags, they're just barely above the line most of the time. I would assume you don't make it till the end before you cause a red flag from underfueling, Parker. Bjorn Hansen? Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Open a paint and draw an arrow. I can do it here. Look at this. There we go. I should really roll back the patch. They have legit made it worse. It's some interesting bugs. It kind of just feels... It sounds really weird that they kind of released everyone in the all-cast. It's the first time I've heard of that bug, though. So it might just be weird. Enter number 4. Well, let's use Harmon here as a kind of guide. Doot, 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 doot. There you go, your arrow. I stopped playing F1 Manager in the console gets this patch. Hopefully they will also give us a hot fix to make things a little bit better. Because again, a lot of this just feels very unpolished and kind of broken, unfortunately. And it is just a sad reality of this game right now that it's not in a great state. I forgot to make it underfloor. Let's rush 1. It's not in a great state because the dev team is behind on a lot of things, I feel like. And a lot of the affiliates system here sounds great on paper. It's just not executed well. Same with the mentality system, the way that they phrased it and everything. Sounds great on paper. It's executed just terribly. And that's unfortunately a lot of the mechanics in this game. It's just very much, it looks great, but then you try and get more into it and you realize that there isn't really much to it other than that. It looks great, but it lacks a lot of, depth. Even so, even with my criticism of this game, I still like the game. It's not like I hate the game. I just wish it was better. I want it to be better. But there's nothing I can really do about that other than whine and complain. So we go in a circle of the complaints here. A circle, instead of the circle of life, you have the circle of complaints for F1 Manager. Okay. We're going to get the rear wings and the front wings for the next race. Here's how we're going to look there. It's going to be a one-stopper most likely, so it's going to be a rather boring race in that regard. But Monaco, unless we destroy the cars again, should be pretty good. No, Jasper. Aquavit is an alcohol. It will evaporate. I think the game is still heading in a better way, Jim, but they've just introduced a bunch of weird bugs that don't really make sense. Hello, Doc. They have it. They do have a they have a gem here, but they just haven't put in the work yet. Into a disco one. Can you release the driver for the first time? The animation full black. I've had full on black. Like that's also a new bug. Like sometime when you get a new driver, it'll just turn up as a black square where their face is supposed to be. Hello, Laura. Nice to see you around. Why no board attendance? I feel like the board attendance is... Like, the board attendance doesn't actually matter right now. Like, look at our confidence there. They're happy with our race performance, which is honestly the only thing we care about. We're below our target here, which is fine. But I feel like every time I click on the board attendance there, every time I approve of it, my drivers just go, that's a nice looking wall right there. Would be a shame if someone destroyed it with their F1 car and turned it into a burning brick. So yeah, I'm just playing it safe here. I don't need to take the risk here with the board confidence. And again, it just feels like it's just a button that says, "Hey, please crash." And I don't want to play with that button. That button is bad for me. If that makes sense. Probably I am overreacting probably a little bit here, let's be perfectly honest, but at the same time, that's just how it feels to me mentally. Does it make sense? No, not really. Should you be worried for me? Probably. Into the game, I'm addicted, but I can't work out what to do on each car part of design and research. Generally, Alex, as long as you focus on cornering, you will generally do well. But honestly, mess around with the game, make mistakes, learn from them. It's one of the more fun ways to play the game, I think. Next year, they polish stuff like the mentality, affiliates, and add a few more things. Honestly, if they just polish mentality, make a proper youth system with the affiliates, and like let's put it this way, if they polish mentality by actually adding personalities to make drivers different, make the driver stats matter more, get rid of say confidence and make mentality the whole system. If they do also go ahead and, again, expand this system a little bit more where affiliates actually matter, where you can say scout karting talent from 15 years up, sign them up to be affiliates, sponsor them a seat in F2, F3, things like that, so you can actually force them to have a seat if you're willing to pay the cost for that financially, and actually have a proper talent scouting system, then yes, then it would be a vastly improved system to me with the affiliates. And then maybe as a cherry on top, add what I would love to see, multiplayer. But I might be asking too much. We'll have to see. They have one game left on their contract. We'll have to see what they actually do with that. So, still hold off on buying this yet? Honestly, the patch has bugs, but the majority of them are visual as far as I've seen, Doc. It's probably a good patch to kind of get into it, as you know, get more into the game. The AI is more competitive, the field is more bunched up. So probably not the worst time to get into it, but just bear in mind, it probably needs a couple more bug fixing patches to be really, really, good. And the content I can check out, which helps on that. I do have guys on my channel for basically everything at this point, I think. Well, most of anyways, Alex. So if there's anything in particular you're curious about, you can ask in chat here or in a comment on a video, and I'll come back to you. I also have a Discord you can find in the description, if I'm not mistaken. So generally, I should have most topics covered on this game. So you can start there. I think you're being too pessimistic about my ideas. No, I'm just stopping the food crimes before they begin, Jasper. I should hear how funny I am. I'm not funny, I'm sad. I'm sad that this game could be so great and Frontier didn't, invest the effort after they messed up the first release. not joking, I'm being sarcastic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Random. I would love it like a youth system where the affiliates are, where you can actually kind of scout for karting talent or, you know, younger drivers. Because right now, you're not going to get a new gen unless you pick them up at the start of creator team in your car before they're 20 years old. You're losing so much potential development. That is just frustrating me for the most part. Multiplayer would need some infrastructure, even if you made a local host set. Yeah. The thing is, though, Frontier has a lot of... They do have experience with multiplayer, so I think that's actually something they would do decently. To be fair, gonna wait for Steam Winter Sale. That's also acceptable, VC. I'm too good to Frontier. Honestly, I would not put that past me. I haven't run into too many, you know, game destroying bugs. Like if you have the one that where everyone gets released, that is save destroying, yes. But question is just what triggered it, how many people actually run into it. If it's a rare bug, it's still bad, but it's more tolerable than if everyone has it. I had high hopes for the patch. I'm still, again, a little bit disappointed, but at the same time, it is what it is. I'm generally just more worried about the AI and contract issue currently. The whole game does need a lot of polish, yes, Jim. When is another Dominate in Season 1 vid coming out, and which team? I don't know. Which team do you want to see dominate in Season 1? I'm probably going to have to redo Mercedes too, for that matter, because the starting points have changed now for every team. So we're probably going to... Aston Martin, yeah, that's probably a good one to do next. Alonso with Aston, dominate with Alpine, of course. I love that we have two people going, Aston Martin, give Alonso back his crown, or maybe Stroll. And then we just have Floof. Alpine, the French flag, comes in flying. Has anyone done a Red Bull playthrough? Like, I could probably sim a Red Bull season and win every race. It wouldn't be funny or really interesting, but I could do it. Let's see here. Apparently, I've just received a... Okay, that's... that's funny. I just received a copyright strike for Wukong. So apparently some of the music there is copyright protected, so I'm gonna have to fix that after the stream. It shouldn't be a big deal though. Unless, you know, all my streams get copyrighted at the same time. Then I might just go poof. Which, honestly, would be kind of sad. So let's hope that does not happen. Let's just simulate directly to quali. How have the starting points changed? I have no clue. So basically, Jim, the way that they did it in this patch with starting points is that they brought the top teams and the lowest rated team closer together. So they're a lot closer to each other in terms of performance, which means that we have less, you know, every team getting lapped. But it's still somewhat competitive. And for instance, in my testing, McLaren won the second year, which rarely happens because just Red Bull dominance. So, in terms of just how they've changed, I go a little bit into that in a video that I'll be releasing probably after the stream. I still need to just do a little bit of fixing on that. Or rather, it's done. I just need to upload it and get it ready. But basically, they've just brought down the top and brought up the lowest. So every team is closer now. So that's basically what has changed with the starting points. I'm biased, but at least... I'm biased, but I'm honest about it. Honestly, respect for that, Floof. That is actual respect to just go out and say I'm biased, but at least I'm honest about it. Oh, I don't know why I gave you that accent too. Sorry, I apologize. Has domination. So basically, we want me to just bring these two boys over to Haas. I don't even know which staff has an American background, I'll be honest. Okay, let's get these guys started on their quality runs, and then I'll catch up a little bit more. Albin has glory with Williams. As I mentioned before, as I kind of run out of content, I'm probably going to end up doing that with every team. But it's also having time to just sit down and power through a season in the afternoon. I think I'll be fine. I had a copyright strike before. If it's a third party that's doing them, they can't actually copyright strike the channel. You'll get like this video is unmonetizable until you tell them to get lost. So you can fight. If it's not the actual copyright holder directly, you can fight it. And I think that's what's going on with Wukong. Probably someone trying to take advantage and earn some, not really earn, that's the wrong word, scam some money out of people. I guess that's the better phrasing. Wait, I just realized I made a mistake. We're gonna cheat here. We're gonna cheat because I made a mistake. That one is actually a good one, Jasper. I appreciate that. Dark is a Williams fan. Boston crashed. 3 million left in cost cap. That sounds like pain. The reason why we're cheating is because I forgot to put the front wing on to Crawford. I got too hung up in chatting, and it backfired. So I'm allowing myself to cheat for that one. It wasn't really at the point where anything would get changed. Well, it's gonna get changed with Crawford performing better, but that's acceptable. There we go.
Okay, so the green light is now.
Probably did send them also out a little bit too close to each other, so we're gonna allow Crawford here to take manual control and send him out a little bit faster. It's actually really hard to heat up the tires on this track, so he's going to have a bad run here. That's fine, we'll just send him out again. Confidence builder, let's go. Alpine fan. Suffering from Mpox, that's unfortunate. Based on my testing so far, has the up to be good enough for around the grid. The thing is, the AI is more competitive, yes, but you're still going to crush them in Season 3 or Season 2 if you do your research. And also, the bugs that have been introduced, some of them seems to be pretty bad, all things considered. Like Cal said, he had every driver get released a year. And as long as financially teams are still putting themselves 10, 20 million in debt before a season even starts. Mercedes did that in my testing. They were 12 million in debt before the season even began. You can imagine that it's going to be a very much a roller coaster experience, and some of it might not be that fun to watch. Like, you might have some of it might be funny for one episode, but it's going to depend on a few different things. You can probably do around the grid now, I won't say that, but I would still like to just have a little bit more polish if I'm allowed. I'm the CEO of the Blue Squad. My cars have no wheels. Are you driving hovercraft? It's a very common bug, Jim. I'm sad that I haven't actually gotten that one because it sounds like one of the ones that would actually be fun. I'm just not allowed to get that one. No fun allowed. Okay. Apparently, it looks like we're going to need to do another run for Crawford at least. Sargeant knows that far off Russell, so that is good. Most of you on a in lap, some of you on an out lap. I'll send the Crow out. He should be safe, I think, but at the same time, let's just see if we can get him a little bit closer to the Sargeant. Why in Season 1 do you have such a limited cost cap? The team spent 60 million on creating basic pass for Season 1. Basically, they are fixing that in 1.6, Carol. You're going to get your full cost cap, but it is not out for consoles yet. So, they've acknowledged that it is an issue that is being fixed in 1.6. 1.6 is out for PC, but it's not out for consoles. Consoles is going to get it next week, which is a little bit unfortunate, but yeah. If you want to play Create a Team right now, and you're on a console, you're going to have to be very frugal with your spending in the first year. Justice for console players. To be fair, I'm pretty sure the reason why it took us until Thursday to get it for PC was because they were waiting for a console certification. So, if you want justice for console players, send a complaint to to PlayStation, to Xbox, to Switch, and tell them to certify F1 Manager updates quicker. That's literally the only recourse that you have to get justice for the console players. But if the console players are lucky, some of the bugs that we are experiencing right now, they might avoid. So I don't know, should I be jealous of them? Should I be happy for them?
Okay, that's the green light now.
Recchiardo, hello. Got the game on Xbox yesterday. Yeah, the game is going to get a patch next week, 1.6, that's going to fix some things and break some other things, basically. Hello, Corey. Like, mentality in its current form, as I mentioned, a lot of the problems that F1 Manager has to do with just personality. Making drivers and teams unique. They're just failing in that aspect. Because mentality is just another aspect where every driver kind of works the exact same way. There is a couple of drivers that do not, however. But there's very few of them. And it just gives that feeling again that mentality was something where they wanted different drivers to gain mentality and have different levels of expectations, but they never got around to finishing it. And it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case here, that we're actually, that mentality just hasn't reached its final form yet. Which is what I'm hoping for. Yes, once the patch comes out, it will fix the first season spending cap, but you're going to need to make a new save for that. It's not retrospective, which means that you need a new save to get the cost cap problem fixed. Okay, let us get you guys out for another run here, and we're going to have Verstappen as our little helper. And once again, you guys have bunched up with the help of getting overtaken. I mean, only diehards will pay for 25 in full price if they ever perfect the last game. Might not even be developed. Could be. Yeah, it's a bit annoying, Aaron, but it's just how the patch is. Some things can work with the current save, some things just are going to require a new one. But hey, at least the next patch we get a nice screenshot mode. And also you can do this if you find your drivers things to be annoying.
So we're currently in P10.
But yeah, you can get some pretty good screenshots by doing this. Even this would be pretty decent. So I like it. It's just a shame that there's two watermarks on the screen. The show UI and also the other one here. We need to be able to hide the UI there. Wait, can I do that? Wait, I want to test something. No, I can't press space to hide it. That would be too good. All cars but Lewis has no tires. You need to take Jim. You have a golden opportunity here to get Lewis to go with the "Oh no, my tires are gone" line when every car but him doesn't have any tires. Plus, that could be fun, Corey. Honestly, Tio is a good choice. He has pretty decent growth. I don't think Sargeant's gonna beat Norris. Let's be honest. This is also probably a little bit more relaxed, just a chatting stream more so than anything else at the moment. With hiccups. Okay, we're gonna send it out here. Because this should be... No Bottas! Sargeant has been pipped by the Norris. Okay. Q3, yes, no. What do we think? I'm halfway through my first season on my team and my projected balance is minus 15 million. What will happen? Well, the projected balance isn't necessarily the balance you'll end up with. So, the projected balance doesn't take into account, like, race rewards. So, you're probably still fine. Just, save a little bit of money towards the end of the season, 10, 20 million, and you'll be good. What games am I thinking of streaming in the future? Honestly, for now, I'm just having fun with F1 Manager and Wukong. I haven't actually played Wukong since last stream because I haven't had time. But I'm probably going to be investing some time into these. If GT Manager turns out to be decent, we're probably going to be messing around with that a little bit. It's supposed to come out this next month. Around, I think it's the 17th, 18th, 19th, somewhere around there. But yeah, other than that, I don't really have any particular goals to be streaming. 610, nice.
Am I good?
Crawford, you're not good. Can we get another Q3 showing for the Sarge? In laps for all of these boys, which means that he should be absolutely safe. Sarge beats out Stroll and Russell for last place. We shall take that. I feel like I'm in 2030, sustainability has become real. We just removed the time. Clearly the called. What is it called? Basically, the way the F1 cars work now is that you kind of get suctioned to the floor. They've figured out a way to make that without having tires. Hello, Noble. I have a question. Who actually supports RB? Because if you do, you must have a sideline. Wow, no mercy there. It's on console? Okay, so you're going to have a less than cost. The thing also to keep in mind here, Aaron, is that your sponsorship, like the money you get from sponsorships, is not calculated part of your yearly financial yet. It is in 1.6, it's not for console. Console is still 1.5. So while it says that you're going to go 50 million negative, you probably aren't even going to get close to that unless you really spend your money. Just be very careful with your cost cap and you should be fine. Yeah, the patch hasn't been released on console, Aaron, and if you got 30 million saved, you should be fine. Like, you are not going to go 50 million in the negatives. You're not going to randomly get a build for 50 million. So you are perfectly safe. Sargeant would carry 300 men on his back. There was no heroism involved. He just wanted to do it. Do we think we are going to get 10th there, or can we actually get it a little bit higher?
We should have the green light now.
Go on, Sarge. I feel like we stole Red Bull's color. Like, I feel like that's... Like, look at the Verstappen's color here. It just looks so dim. It doesn't look blue. It looks Alpha Tauri. I just feel like we stole the Red Bull color blue. I'll be honest. Yeah, downforce without tires, tactical evolution. You are correct, Noble. Floof was kind of ready to ascend with the news that Colapinto got put in Williams' seat. My favorite save this year? Honestly, the Iron Dame save was kind of fun. It was kind of a different type of challenge. Just a shame that most of it was off stream, or basically, you know, just one video. Equal Performance has also been a lot of fun. So probably one of those two. I'll be honest. The Alpine is fun, but we're kind of reaching a bit of a boring period at the moment. Let's see what we can do here. We beat Tsunoda. I'm happy. Oh,
Got a yellow flag.
Norris, what have you done? Norris, what have you done? Have you given me bad confidence again? That is suspension at the very least, so Norris is no longer a threat. He's going to be a threat to the confidence, though. Let's be perfectly honest. I think we just send it out here after Verstappen. Just find a nice little window to go out in. That was not a fine little window to send it out. Its size is going to be a little bit troublesome. Okay, Norris is going to have a hard time actually making a lap here, I think, if he gets overtaken just once. Sorry, I'm on the wrong screen here.
We are still in P7.
Still in P7. Okay, so we did not improve. I should have slowed down there. My apologies, everyone.
Yeah, I got it.
Google French emojis. Fries, baguette, flag. What's that? Caudalie? I can't see what the other one is. It's a tiny, tiny flag. Did I start the Iron Dames with no cash? Yeah, I basically have started every Creative Teams Day with the same shitty parameters to make it more interesting. To be fair though, I also did that to the Iron Dames Day because I didn't expect Flush to kind of evolve. So I wanted to see if we could survive a first year with 260 rated drivers, but our second driver developed a little bit quicker than I anticipated. So that was a miscalculation on my part. Okay, Sargeant in 7th. Why do you continue to outperform like this on tracks where we're not expected to perform on to start with? For the first time ever, I've had a boat pass that affected points. Pole position will get a point. It's a PC mod, Aaron. Unfortunately not available on Xbox. She was max growth rate on the Iron Dames though? Yeah, max growth rate with the mentality buff. You're not wrong. Mentality back then was insane, and it still is pretty insane. So, I don't know what they are planning to do with it. Okay, what can we do here for Sarge that will keep him in contention? Could do the one-stopper. Other than that, it's just the burn, baby, burn. Bye-bye tires. Generally around here, one-stopper is just going to be the best you can do. There's no way around it. This would be about 4 seconds quicker. Is it worth pitting an extra time for 4 seconds? What do we think? Do a 7-stopper? We'd have to use an inter or wet if we want to do that, and 2 use softs. No, we'd have to use a couple of them. You are an insane man, Jasper. I think you're just here right now to test my mental. You're here to test my mentality. I feel. I think for Crawford, he is starting 13th here, so we could try to be a little bit cheeky with strategy. And honest, I'm kind of tempted to try to do this for Sargeant as well, but the hard stint here is just going to be extremely slow. That's the issue. That's not going to be any quicker. Yeah, the one-stopper is just straight up the fastest one there is, and also the added benefit of doing the one-stopper is that if we get a rare safety car, it's going to help us out. So we're going to go with the boring strategy and just kind of try and coast through this race, get to Monaco. Monaco should be fun. We should be able to get points there. Monaco is kind of what my builds for Creative Team is building up to. Monaco is points or you get fired in most cases. So I'm looking forward to getting there. I think we just do the simple thing here. We do the one-stopper. this track as well as Monza is a couple of tracks that one-stoppers just seem to be the best on, to be fair. How do I know when they got max growth rate? Well, if you go and look at them, they'll actually just straight up say max. Thank you for your strategy video today. You said the strategy absolutely flew. Let me guess, you had no tires? Yeah, it's a shame. Like, they should add the extended standings mod as just a basic one in the game. Like, it's just such a... That is a real quality of life thing. I do understand the concern, though, and the concern with adding something like that would straight up be the fact that it's gonna potentially confuse new players. Like, a lot of Frontier's choices here seem to be catered towards trying to get more players into the game, and in particular new players, so having this huge thing with all these different modes could probably confuse some of the new players. That's the only reason that I can think of why it's not a why it's not just in there as a base thing. So I'm about to bite my tongue again, trying to speak English. A 5 stop it. I watched another streamer that had someone who always wanted to add 1 or 2 extra pit stops to whatever strategy they made. Pretty sure it was Walls that was suffering from that incident. I assigned 1 engineer per pod after the race weekend. The game auto-assigned engineers? I've never heard about that one. That sounds like a very interesting bug. I'll be honest, Carol. I might have to check after the race weekend if the game has done that to me.
Alonso is next.
Alonso is next. 8th place right now. It's not a bad spot to be in. We're already building a tire advantage there, which is again the important part of what we're doing. As long as we stay with Alonso, we'll be very, very happy. I'll honestly admit that. Crawford is also looking good, so we'll be fine. I'm on console. Distracted was dominant. Good. That's the thing. You're correct, Parker. They could do that, but I think it's just, again, they are lacking dev time and just trying to put out as many fires as they can, and not really having as much luck as they might want with it, I guess. They're kind of in a rough situation, as we kind of do lose Alonso and Hamilton here, but that's honestly a-okay. You can use Tsunoda to just go back and forth. It's going to absolutely destroy confidence, but it's honestly the best option we have right now. I don't want Norris as being a part of this. To be fair, though, letting Norris go is probably for the best. Tsunoda is generally the one that we have to fight with the Mercedes ones. It really became very, very slow the second I... To be fair, we are this slow. It's not even a joke. We are this slow. But it's sad to admit. What other mods am I using besides UI? I'm using a real responses mod right now. I have uninstalled the graphical preset mod to make sure that didn't cause any issues. I'm probably going to reinstall that in the near future. Those are genuinely the 3 mods I've been using so far. I think if you play the game on hard difficulty, then extended UI shouldn't be a problem. Yes, I agree. Guessing also Kim's crash. Really hope he doesn't lose confidence. He's a talent. I don't think he'll lose confidence from that crash. If he's going to lose confidence, it's going to be due to the face Toto made, if anything. That is actually... Like, Toto made a face when Antonelli crashed. It was actual meme material. Funny part is, Norris isn't actually taking care of his tires. He just has max smoothness at this point. That's the sad part. Norris just has 100 smoothness with his mentality boost, so he's just sitting there, being very, very happy with himself, even pushing tires more than we are. But yeah, survival is the name of the game right now. Maybe we get points, maybe we don't. Most likely not. Because can pretty confidently say that one-stoppers is also not something that really favors our team. I probably also ran the energy a little bit lower than I should have. Gonna get DRS? No. Let's run some top up here behind Stroll. See if he can connect with the cars ahead. As long as we're part of this train, I'll be happy. Gonna take a tiny alt tab moment here and prep the video. It is uploaded, it is ready. My thoughts on patch notes and everything will go public at 7, so in 15 minutes, I think. Just need to allow YouTube to do its thing. And I've just confirmed that my internet is actually good enough to upload and stream at the same time. So that's good, at least for the time being. Hello, Floof. Well, guess welcome back. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams. I appreciate that. Would I recommend in the second season switching research to intense focus? You should focus research, yes. But again, you need to limit yourself a little bit if you want the AI to be competitive, because you can really easily have the best car in Season 3 if you research a lot in Season 2. So keep that in mind. Corner seems pretty slippery. Yeah, I saw that even in the first practice. Which means that the F2 and F3 race is going to get real fun to watch as well. It just sounded like you vanished for a second there, Floof, and got a little bit sentimental, but I appreciate that. It's fun having you around. We appreciate you for sure. Remember when DRS saved you so much fuel? Yeah. No fuel saving now. But the other cars are actually kind of saving a little bit, Stroll in particular. We'll have to see how Russell and the rest here are pushing their tires, because again, up to Hamilton, everyone is kind of pushing their tires a little bit. So potentially we could take advantage of that and get a hard advantage towards the end. Which would be huge. F3 quality was the trolley train? I didn't see the F3 quality, I probably should. Probably should start pushing once Norris gets out of the train. Yeah, the decision that we have to make right now is actually a very simple one. So basically, at this point, we're at the back of the train. We have two choices. We know that we have a slower car. We start pushing a little bit ourselves. And we go early on the hards. And we run the hards on conserve. I think that is the best option that we have, honestly. As you can see, running the hards on conserve is actually faster than running them on light. That's always fun, no matter how much I look at that. But yeah, if we can keep the hards in temperature, running them on conserve is acceptable. And pitting earlier onto the hard tire would allow us to potentially jump the cars in front. So for Sargeant here, I think at this point here, we are just going to gamble on that. But Crawford, will have him play the MVP role of potentially slowing down some of the other cars. He's 5 seconds off right now. As you can see, even running the mediums on light is going to make them cold. So conserve is not really going to be an option here for the hards, most likely. But we'll see what we can do. If we can stay in a train with conserve hards, amazing. If we can't, a little bit sad. Any points yet? No. Have had a P6 and P7 quality, but no points as of yet. Have a good one, Jasper. I appreciate your what should I call it? Exhibition of Norwegian food ideas. Take it easy. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one, Jasper. Okay. Sargeant's getting a little bit of a stretch there at the back, which is not what I like to see. Because if he gets this launched, that's going to ruin our strategy. Culinary commentary. Oh. Honestly, what Jasper was doing was culinary, like Monsters Inc. Culinary Edition. I might have nightmares with some of his suggestions. Rick actually caught up to Crawford, which is actually fine because that's going to heat up his tires, ironically. Oh, Sarge.
Sorry, I made a big mistake. Yeah, all good. Sorry.
Copy that.
Hey, boy. It's just, that's sad. It's just because, Aaron, the way that the game calculates it, it doesn't allow shared first place or shared second place or shared any place, really. So if car 1 and car 2 is identical, car 2 just gets placed right behind it because, while it is identical, it is car 2. So it's just the fact that they don't allow you to share the place, if you will. Hello, Maro. Hi, I want to say thanks for the videos and about the game. You helped me a lot. I appreciate that. Glad to be of help. Question is now, what do we do with Sargeant? Do we push aggressive, get him on the odds and gamble on running conserve? He lost a good 6 seconds there. And you can already see just how much he's losing to the rest of the track now. Sorry, rest of the track, rest of the pack. That was a good chance of getting points. But right now, it's kind of falling apart. Hamilton with a problem, though, could still give us some chances later on. Australians aren't exempt from culinary nightmares. Ever heard of Vegemite chocolate? I've heard of Vegemite. I don't even know what Vegemite is. I'll honestly admit that. What is Vegemite? Can the Australian community enlighten me of the horrors that they have created? Can you switch which drivers are in which car other than contracts? No, you're going to have to give them new contracts, Aaron, which again is also very painful. It is something that has been requested a lot, but it hasn't been implemented, at least not yet. Do I need to restart the game after the patch? If you look at the patch notes, Leon, there are some things that only take effect on new saves, like changing the starting point for the AI. The problem with the Season 1 cost cap for creative team are 2 that would require a new save. But most of them should be fine on an ongoing save, so take a look at the patch notes, do a Control F, look for anything that says a new save only. And if you can live without that, you can just continue on current save, no problem at all.
And now you can push.
Just needs to go back to the shed. Well, our shed isn't beautiful, so I don't know if I want to do that to him. So we get overtaken by Rick. I'm feeling more and more sad about this race, I'll be honest. It's similar to Marmite, that does not help. I don't even know what Marmite is. It's very salty. A salty breakfast bread put on toast. Okay. What does it taste like except for salty? I've not had the issue of disappearing tires yet, Archer. So I have no idea what's causing it. Most people are saying street tracks. So that could be one of the, causes. But I've yet to really see it myself, if that makes sense. Or rather, that's the truth. I haven't actually seen it myself in the game yet. What's up, Crawford? Start pushing as well now. The question is, do we gamble on getting Sargeant in now? It's 6 seconds now up to the train. I don't think he's closing that. And we also need to make sure the hard tire survives here. I think it's the best that we can do. Have a clean stop here. For the love of God. Use energy to push. Use a little bit of the tire to push. And then just run conserve if we catch up to the train. After they pitted. Oh no. First you spin, then you pick crew to betray you. Yeah, that is us out, I think, of the points permanently this time around. No coming back from that one, Sarge. Crawford here, we're actually just going to have him push his tires to the absolute limit. And then we'll get him in for the light. I don't know what Vegemite is, but it sounds disgusting. Americans deep fry Oreos and cheese. Like, I get deep frying cheese, but Oreos? What happened?
We've got a yellow flag here.
Oh, this time it wasn't us. Well, we're in the picture, but it wasn't us.
I really did a big mistake.
Did Show actually get away with that with no damage? It did. That's insane that he got away from that without picking up any real damage there. I'm actually amazed at that. So 19-7 for Sargeant. So even running conserve right now. He's running fairly quick and could potentially have caught Hamilton. Because Hamilton is doing one more lap with destroyed tires. We're about we're 37 seconds behind. But yeah, we could potentially have caught him if we were lucky. But I have failed the Sarge. And the Sarge has failed me. So we'll have to try again next time. Crawford here, we're going to put him on a light hard till the end. But yeah, if Hamilton does not pit... I'll slow down a little bit here. So Hamilton did come out just 4 seconds ahead of us. If Sargeant didn't have that 7-second stop, he would be ahead of him. I am actually so unhappy right now. Like, I'm just genuinely unhappy. We would have been able to mess with, probably watch ourselves on Hamilton. It's too late now. If we start pushing, we're just going to burn our tire for no good reason. We could have linked up with Hamilton and followed him. Back to the points, potentially. Well, not really. He's still 7 seconds off the points, so it wouldn't really have mattered. But my dreams, man. I don't think I can describe the flavor. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Oh. Okay, now I kind of want to try it. I need to go to it, like... we have a couple of stores that like specialize in food from other countries. Maybe go and see if I can find an Australian one. Satan's... Can we deep fry the kick Sauber? Don't give the Americans any ideas, because they will actually do it. They will deep fry an F1 car if you tease them enough. Like, if you tease an American enough, he will deep fry anything. Just to prove a point. It's not even like to eat or anything, it's just to say that we can do it. Your god has no power here, that sort of thing. A deep fried Mars bar? My faith in humanity gets lessened every day. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure someone has deep fried like chocolate bars. To be fair, you can't make a deep fry Toto Wolff right now by just taking that image of him, the like face he made during the practice session, and just running through like a deep fry thing. It's not the same type of deep fry, but you get something kind of the same on the just on the weird scale, if you will. 30 laps remaining. Fuel, we should be fine. It's just making these tires last. And currently, we're just running by ourselves, as Paris has picked up a mechanical fault. Okay, that's one of those interesting things we were hoping for.
Tires are on the cold side.
It's a gearbox failure too. That's huge. That's going to make him slow. But it's probably not going to be slow enough that we will catch up. We're 40-ish seconds behind him. And honestly, I believe this is where we were expected to finish, so good on the AI for calculating that. It's elite and I would recommend it. God might not thank you, but it works. Jesus. Yeah, deep fried memes. Exactly, that's what that was what I was talking about. I never thought, yeah, I should just rename this the food horror one. Well, we have not talked F1 Manager or patch 1.6. We've been talking the craziest food stuffs that your country has come up with. To be fair, if you want to hear about proper Norwegian food horror while we're on it, one of our like national-ish dishes is basically boiling a sheep's head and eating it. So, welcome to Norwegian horror foods. It's called smalahove. We can be optimistic about the American diet improving. Soon they'll start smuggling candy bars. Yeah, we're gonna put him on light here, run him the same as Crawford, and honestly, I'm just gonna speed it up to 16. Because unless something happens with Rick, Hamilton, and Paris here, we're not really gonna be in a position to make anything happen. As long as we have a gap to Albon, though, a safety car. Oh. Ask and you shall receive. Unfortunately, it's a fake safety car. If this was a full safety car, it would have been delicious. Question is, do we take advantage of this? I think the answer to that is going to be a yes. Maybe not. We can go back to this medium. It's a shame, but this is actually the worst timing ever. Because as you can see, this is still going to be faster, like just running the standard hard tire. So the timing, like the timing is the worst. We'll be able to save some fuel, but that's about it.
Now is that the Williams involved? Let's see what happened there. It was the Williams driver we see there.
That's expensive.
And there's the
Yeah, I do have the gap. You're not wrong about that, but there's no point. Like, any tire that I can put us on right now is actually going to make us slower. Like, here's the thing, Rance. Time considerations, we save only 4 seconds by pitting under a virtual safety car. And if we look at the strategies that we have available to us, we only have a soft tire. Like, we don't have any other tire that we can use. And the hard strategy that we're currently on is already 11 seconds quicker than this one. And I can't make that little tire that's left there at the end. I can't turn that into 7 seconds. So it's just not worth it to pit here because it's not going to make... It's just going to be a waste of time. Honestly, if the AI pits, that would benefit us as long as they don't pit onto a medium. So using the medium first actually kind of put us in a bad situation here. But there's nothing that I can do with this situation because, again, it's just going to be I'm just going to be wasting time. Rather than that, I would maintain this gap and pray that either Perez or Magnussen makes a full safety car and then we can pit for a soft in like 5 laps time. That would work out a lot better for us. Honestly, Albon is pitting, which makes sense. I believe he had like 50% tires. Perez also is probably not going to make it till the end on his tires, so he'll need to pit at one point. although it's not really our concern. 50 seconds, yeah, not our concern at the moment. Surströmming is Swedish for the most part, if I remember correctly. It's like a sour fish type thing. It's not really something I eat very often, to put it like that. So it's more of a Swedish / Danish thing. Yeah, we're staying out simply because, again, I don't see any benefit in pitting. And also, just as an added insult here, pitting would actually put us behind Piastri, which means that even if we're quicker than Piastri even, we would still be stuck behind him. So, unless the rest of the grid pits here, there's just no point in doing it because we don't get any advantage. We don't get any benefit. In fact, we only get negatives. $16.3 there from Rick. That's insane. We now have 4 cars with massive failure potential. And if 2 of them fail, we'd unfortunately still not be in the points. But Paris here is dangerously getting closer to that puncture limit. So, yeah, he's a bit of a weird one right now. He's still maintaining the gap, though. So, I can't really do anything about him. Let's deep fry Surströmming. Seeing as he's still struggling to score points, does look like AI design has improved. You could say that. You could also just say that we have poor drivers and are unlucky, but yeah, the AI has become better. The question is just how better. How do I sign Andretti for Season 2? Won't let me, even though he's 18. He needs to do some races in F2. Jimmy, he needs to have 2 seasons in F2 before you can sign him. Please don't tell me you destroyed anything. You're fine, okay, thank you.
See what happened. Now we're watching the action closely.
Basically, he needs to have 2 years of F2 experience in the F2, F3 experience. Okay, that is lucky that we didn't crash before you can sign him. Would I consider making weightless part an exploit? To be fair, considering that the AI doesn't use it, you could consider it an exploit in that regard. But yeah, as Luke says, you could also win the championship. You could consider an exploit, Ray. It's not wrong, but here's the thing: it's, in my opinion, it's just a poor balancing decision. Because the weight right now just has such a huge amount of potential or other performance hidden behind it, and the AI just never takes advantage of it. So it's one of those mechanics that, again, got introduced. It's very beneficial for the player, and then the devs completely forgot that it existed. So there's nothing that stops you from using balanced or even maximum weight parts if you feel like it's too easy. And the way that I kind of look at the durability slider to some degree is that it's the second difficulty bar. You have easy, you have standard, then you have hard, and then you have the weight bar, which is the actual difficulty in some degree. If they're realistic or not, let's be perfectly honest. If the F1 teams could shave off weight like we are doing in this game, they would do it. They would do it in a heartbeat, even though the parts become more fragile, because again, you gain time. I've proven time and time again that you don't really spend a huge amount of money manufacturing with minimum weight parts. And in particular, if your drivers are error prone, minimum weight parts is the best you want anyways, because you'll be replacing them often anyways. So yeah, the current way that it works is that it doesn't have any effect during the race. It just means that I need to replace parts more often. And the cost of doing so is not actually high enough that I consider the cost to outweigh the performance gain. Is the best way I can put it. And that's kind of also the thing here. Again, if this was real, and every team could shave 20 kilograms off the car with their parts, they would do it. No way anyone would make sturdier parts unless they were Haas and actually needed them to get through a season financially. It's just the reality of the situation. On teams would deep fry their cars if we made them quicker. Why are we back at that? It was a bad joke by me. I'm sorry, Fluke. How to choose the wide race result window? This is a mod. It's not a part of the base game. You need to download the extended UI mod for it. Matty. 24 better than 23? At this point, I say yes. 24 still has some pretty terrible bugs. Keep that in mind. So you might want to wait for more patching, even though we're on patch 1.6 at the moment. Yeah, I think, again, that is kind of the problem here with a lot of the systems in this game, right? Like, there was a point to why they were added, and then they forgot about them because they started focusing on something else and just never expanded on them. That's kind of how I feel about that's how I feel about a lot of stuff in this game, and durability is definitely one of them. Don't worry, Floof, it's fine. I appreciate that. Honestly, let's go ahead now and give Sargeant a little bit of a choo-choo train push. Although he's about to get lapped, so 4 laps. I think those tires can survive 4 laps. We're gonna get Rick at least for the bragging rights of 11th in case Paris's car explodes here. Just in case. Can I catch up enough here that we get DRS? I think we did. We did not. We need to clear Hamilton immediately, which energy would be good for, and then we need to chase down Rick as quickly as possible in case, as I mentioned, we have a Paris explosion. We could also, of course, also have any of the other cars in top 10 DNF, so closing down Rick here, getting past him, could be our first point. Is making carbon fiber kind of like deep frying? I have no idea. Just got into 24, done 2 full seasons, and 24 on sale. Wonder if it's worth the upgrade yet. If you're having fun with 23, you're probably going to have fun with 24 as well, honestly. So it might very well be worth the upgrade, but it's going to depend on a few things, so I can't guarantee it. It's still kind of buggy. Again, as I mentioned, the AI could probably benefit from being a little bit more competitive, but you're probably still going to have quite a lot of fun with 24. It is an upgrade. But that upgrade still needs a little bit of polishing before it can really show its full potential, if you will. Nice, Sarge. We still have 2 laps remaining, remember? Because Piastri is behind us. Like, he's literally right behind us. He's hunting us down. He wants to lap us.
There's the next car ahead of you.
Come on, Perez. Just take out the 3 cars around you, including yourself. Be a hero for the Freedom Tower. That sounds bad. That sounds bad. The kitchen is about to get a budget increase. Post it on your Discord. I'll take a look at that after the stream. Enjoy your work, Noble. Hope you don't get too bored. Thank you for stopping by.
Copy.
I guess my prayers are not going to get answered here with Perez. This is when you should lock up and boot the Aston off the track.
Piastri has done it. He's got the
Piastri is winning, though. I believe he won the last race too, so he's looking good. Still disappointed that we had this many potential failures and none that went, you know, super critical. Kind of unfortunate. Crawford ends at 14th, which is acceptable. We're 15 seconds, 16 seconds off points, which is not the best ever, but we'll take it.
Okay, that's the checkered.
Monaco should be guaranteed points though, unless we DNF.
Now, wasn't it an excellent showing from Oscar
Like needed
Piastri?
McDonald's sponsorship. No. No, mercy. So, did the McLaren get a buff here? Because they're catching up to Red Bull. Tsunoda still performing well. RB is actually performing really well in most saves, to the point where they usually beat out Aston Martin for me. So yeah. The fact that, again, Sargeant's pit stop was one thing, his lockup was another. He could have been 4 or 5 seconds of points. I am distraught by this failure. That is off not my hand. Okay, let's go to manufacture one more suspension. We're already making an underfloor. Honestly, let's just get 2 more front wings made because it's Monaco. I can barely drive a lap around Monaco without scratching a wall in F1 or, you know, any race game. Increase your confidence in me, but I said no, I didn't want to do that. At least the board is happy with how we're performing, even though we're below target, so at least that is a positive. Mentality hub, though, is getting a little bit of a problem here now. We haven't been able to build up that mentality buff the way that I wanted. And financially, we're also starting to struggle a bit. 1.4 million now. We need some good results. I don't know why. I'm not patriotic at all. I don't care how any of the Aussies do compared to other drivers. That's fine, though. Like, if you can't enjoy something just because you have to cheer for your team, it gets kind of boring. 9th and 10th here, so the AI is definitely more... You know what? We're going to take advantage of the super autosaves here and go and take a look at what the other teams are doing. Like how our car looks compared to theirs here. Because I don't know if I agree with that. 677. So at least we're not first in anything. That is actually quite good to see. How are we looking versus a Mercedes? We should beat a Mercedes around here. I love that they have slightly higher acceleration than us. What about the Aston? Should we beat the Aston? We should beat the Aston. Let's see. Ferrari? We should not beat the Ferrari based on the the car. Should not beat them based on the car and should not beat them based on the drivers. So, yeah. We should get, if we're lucky, 7th and 8th maybe. But that's going to require a little bit of luck here. RB is usually outperforming, so that could be bad for us. Please do not tell me that it's going to rain. That would make me actually sad. Oh, only Friday. And then we get sun on the race day. Nice. Okay, I'm ready to go to Monaco. I'm ready to get my final hope shattered. I know what the cause of such constant errors is.
One of the biggest weekends in motorsport.
Rubbing my rabbit's
Here
foot.
in Monaco.
Well, this is going to be the big one, like America versus the Fluke squad. Maybe for next time I put Colapinto and the Williams. Let's see, I know I need this. Genuinely don't remember the other settings, so let's just go and consult the archives. 82, 35, 65. Monaco will sink. Is there some cap on how low the pit stop time it can be? About 1.8 seconds. It won't go much further lower than that. Like, you can get 1,799. But that's about it. But yeah, training-wise, 1.800 is the lowest you can train it to be at 100% aptitude. That should be perfect setup there. Just go with that. Okay, fingers crossed. The rabbit's foot has been
The green light now.
scratched. Prayers have been answered. Will I do a full sprint race season? Probably not. That just sounds painful, honestly, Renz. That just sounds like pain. Pain for no good reason. Oh, 97. That's
No delta.
bad, I believe. Crawford, 1.4 seconds slower. We definitely need to send him out again. How do I remember all the setups? I don't. I use a website called f1setup.it. I remember some part of the setup, like maximum wings in Monaco, but not all of it. If he wins, will Sargeant be promoted? What rank is after Sargeant in the American army? Because it would be hilarious to go and edit his name to something to the next rank as a joke. Like, it would actually be kind of funny. Lieutenant, Sergeant. You know what? If I do that, I'm just gonna add Lieutenant Sergeant to his name, so he'll be Logan Lieutenant Sergeant. Can I repeat the site? f1setup.it, I believe it is. Yes, f1setup.it. To have Antonelli sign for Mercedes, he needs to either win F2 in his first year, or you need to wait for him to do another season of F2. Jimmy. General is next rank. It didn't improve. Ugh. Crawford is now living dangerously. Mechanical fault for pastry. It should still be fine, though. This is the worst window ever that I've sent Crawford out into. I need you to push and overtake that car in front of you. Okay, it's too late now. Let's see if the 3-man DRS training is going to help him. If not, I'm going to have to send him out on a new set of fresh tires. Which also is not going to be a great thing. Let's be honest. Is that Albon or is that... That's O'Sullivan. Yeah, rip the... rip an extra set of softs. Show with a lockup flagged. Oh, 6 minutes left.
Yo Guan Yu is the focus here.
Is he now? You sure about that? Gasly knows how to drive, Crawford not. Yeah, neither side has scored points yet. You are correct. This is basically our best chance. I think. I need you to have 2 soft tires around here, Crawford. Incident to graphic. Essentially, like, we have Verstappen and the 2 Hazards, so maybe he's fine. I want to allow these guys to just go on their flyers. And we'll gamble on a lap towards the end here. I wanted to go before Paris there, but apparently I'm a little bit mistimey. Behind Leclerc, though, is acceptable. You're out, Crawford. This is supposed to be our best chance of points. You better perform. It's only third in the... yeah. You could go for Mick. Mick's always fun. Yeah, I think they've just opened up the transfers a little bit too much. Like, it seems the AI just... oh, that's not a yellow sector. Seems like the AI is just going a little bit too wild with the poaching. So you just have wild driver transfers. How do you not get out of Q1? How are you at 1.5 seconds slower than your teammate?
Yeah, copy.
With 4 chances to improve. I'm so sad. I thought his engine or something was broken, but that's not it either. As you can imagine, I am very thrilled with the current situation, not angry at all, or disappointed, or anything like that.
Okay, so the green light is...
Did you celebrate preemptively, Tech? Let's see, yes, gasoline, then no. Should sign Ugo. Clearly, I had Crawford playing that new F124 game, and the handling sucked there, so he brought it into the reel here. How do sector times look like this? A mod called Extended UI, F1 boy, Shioma. It would be nice if you just could save like the previous setups. Yes, I would love that. I think that is the same pace Rick had qualified by Norris in 21. Would not surprise me. Okay, Surge. Already 6 tenths up on Albon. Are we going to see a 109.7 again? 109.8, that's acceptable.
Slow in, follow your delta,
That's acceptable.
and you can cool the engine.
Copy.
I still want to do one more lap on these tires, if I can. Try and get an improvement now while we are peak Freedom Tower confidence. Science should be, yeah, just flying, getting out of the way, so that works out just fine. This window, and hopefully we get around before everyone comes out. Mistimed it slightly, and this is gonna suck for the Freedom Tower. It's now 4 cars in our way. First one being the Ham. Cleared him nicely. To be fair, calling Hamilton the Ham is probably not acceptable, but I'll take it. We're 1/10 slower in the first sector. Come on, I want you to improve. Do it. You're not doing it. I actually did do something also to this graphic. But yeah. Sargeant has some pretty decent stats when he's fully amped up. Too bad we didn't actually boost him with mentality as well. I think that could have made him spooky. Question is, how many cars are going to jump us now in terms of pace? We are quicker than the Mercs, no surprise there. But Tsunoda putting the RB in 7th is actually witchcraft. And I'm not even joking, that is actually witchcraft. I do want to save the tire if we get into Q3. I think we are in Q3 though, like... We have half a second on the Mercs. We have half a second on Stroll. If they all improve this, I'm going to be very, very sad. So we're going to be in the way. Like, I'm going to just be sending him out there to be in the way of the Mercs. Or particularly Hamilton. A little bit too late there to really be in the way, but maybe he'll improve. It's an old tire. Hamilton did improve in a dangerous fashion. 18.1 is what we did. Stroll is doing a similar time right now. 32.2, I believe, was the yellow time for us, so we should be safe. This is a terrible run from Sargeant. Norris in 21 was something else. Why are the tires still here? I don't know. Apparently, I'm not given the pod racing, benefit here, which is sad. How many times I come on each stream? 200? Probably somewhere around there. Maybe 300. Who is midfield Milton? Someone else looks. Someone else watches the Rocket Power Mohawk. Okay. Now I just need you to have the lap of your life so you can be ahead of the pack. Please, Sargeant. It's the only thing I want for you. To be ahead of the pack. Beat Hamilton, beat Stroll, beat Tsunoda. As long as you do that, I'll be happy. But if you get anything more than that, I'll be extra happy. I'll upgrade the shed. Maybe, if we can afford it. Hey man, wondering if you have this. When I pitched, the cars come out with no tires on. I've yet to run into that. And it sounded like a hilarious bug, Dan, so I'm very sad that I haven't actually run into that yet. I'll be perfectly honest. 18.2 is not great. 32.0 is okay. 109.844. Isn't that identical to his Q2 time?
Slow in.
Did you just copy your homework from last quali?
Copy that.
Yeah, it's a mod called Extended UI, Ragu. And it is slower than Q1 time too. You're correct on that. If he wins this race, we will rewrite the constitution. For him to win this race, we're going to need some safety cars. Okay, Sarge, we are taking manual control over this one. That's a terrible lap from Verstappen, Tsunoda, and Stroll.
Overtaken available.
Copy.
Okay, let's see what we can do here. We have a couple of cars behind us. I am a little bit worried the fact that we're following. I think it's Leclerc. Yeah, it is. He's going to be going on a slow lap in a second. As long as we catch him before he's all the way up the hill, I'll be very happy. We're not going to catch him before he's all the way up the hill. If we catch him in the... Oh, this is going to be sad. We're going to catch him in the hairpin. Oh, maybe we're fine here. Maybe we'll get tunnel. 18.2, same as the first run. 32.0 is also the same as first run, but slower. Slower with the extra added numbers behind there. No improvement. That makes me very, very sad. But I would assume that we'll be seeing Verstappen improve past us. But if we can hold out for the others, I'm still going to be happy with this result. Because again, goal is going to be 7th. Anything higher than that is going to be due to the top 3 teams just self-immolating, basically. Science is actually going to block Tsunoda for us, so clutch. Maybe. Sonoda, yeah, Sonoda already did his fly. Never mind. I'm a fool of a took. We're actually really close to Stroll. I forgot where Pitbox was.
Copy.
Again, Sonoda is just flying in a manner that don't make sense. I'll be perfectly honest. Hamilton and Stroll both have the starting lap that we had. Sargeant is slow. But no 32 blank, we should be safe. Verstappen should fly past us. There's just no way around that. So, flying Sonoda, acceptable, not great. We'll live with that. With this patch, it's necessary to start a new game if I'm in Season 2. Some of the changes needs a new save game. We recommend taking a look at the patch notes. Give me a second and I'll actually find them for you. But yeah, take a look at the patch notes. They'll be in parentheses behind, telling you what is part of this patch, what is going to require a new save. B-Carb is flying, you're not wrong. But I don't understand why they're flying. That's the problem. Yeah, RPM is pretty amazing. I need to crash gate Monaco. Okay, so we qualified 6th, 7th, and 8th. Is 8th going to be the lucky one? Monaco, easy. The strategy is straightforward. Do I want to push and pit early? No, I feel like I'm just going to get stuck in traffic. Okay, our degradation is definitely higher than when I did the test here. We're just barely going to survive. That's fine though, it's about 20 seconds quicker than most of the other things you can come up with around here. Also, doing it hard, it's not going to really work, I believe. Still about 20 seconds quicker than anything you can come up with around it. Actually quicker than the other strategy because of the fact that our degradation is so terrible. So we're actually going to use the hard instead of the medium here. That works out. And honestly, if we're going to use the hard, we might as well start on it. Now, we'll start on the softs. They're already up to temperature when you start the race. So we'll use that as an added benefit. Then we'll do it like this. And again, this is going to be today's last race. I need to actually go through YouTube comments. I haven't done that in like a day. And catch up, respond, communicate. And I also need to go and make some food after this race, so that's going to be my excuse. To be fair, Crawford here could... We're going to put Crawford on the hard first, right? Yeah, does he actually... Why? What kind of tires have you saved, my boy? Why do you have 2 mediums left over? Okay, we're going to do this. We're just going to burn the tires immediately, but apparently hard and 2 mediums could work around here. And for Crawford, the goal here is very simple. We burn the tires immediately, and by doing that, we kind of get everything prepped for undercutting later on. That's going to be the hope anyways. If anyone has any complaints about the strategy, you should yell now before I start the race. Yeah, that's also one of the new bugs where they just work really, really fast. These are the mechanics that were trained with Sargeant's car in reality. Wets? No. Never. Don't trust the weather center. Kimmy being reborn. Sargeant being the reincarnated version. Kimmy. No, don't do the man like that. Don't trust your weather center. Double hards for the win. I don't think we have double hards. This is the issue here. You see. You have to manually do practice if you want double hards. That was the most intense snow you've heard in a while. Clearly you need to sit in on class. That's what you hear a really, really game over no. That's a hard, that's mediums. Sarge? This is your moment. You better own it. And not crash. Because that will make me very, very sad.
Yeah, copy.
Can Sarge get Tsunoda from the get-go? Yes. Crawford is getting hunted by the Ocon. Which is fine, he's on a hard tire. This is an interesting choice of tires, though, for the rest of the cars around us. To the point where I'm a little bit worried for Sargeant, but this should still be fine. We should be able to keep the soft alive, and if we end up in a train, we might even be able to run a little bit of conserve. So I'm curious how this is going to play out. Esteban Ocon. Oh. Well, we're already getting a couple of gaps here on the first lap. Do we think Sargeant is going to YOLO send it on Verstappen? Maybe take him out? Or do we think we're safe? Honestly, I don't think we're overtaking Verstappen, so let's tune him down a little bit here on the aggression. And we might try something after he's... well, never mind. Verstappen's just a second ahead of us, suddenly. Albono, what have you done?
Now let's take a look here at turn 10. And nearly, just running wide. Perhaps a little lapse in concentration.
I love that he could just continue straight ahead there. But instead it's just like, I turn now. Good luck, everyone else. That was a little bit unfortunate to see. Honestly, it should have just continued on. That would have been the most acceptable result, honestly, there. Virtual safety car. The other Williams.
Hamilton is the car behind you.
Okay, this is the wrong thing. This is Sargeant getting overtaken by Tsunoda. That's a second and a half, and of course he does it on hard tires. Just to style on us. Yeah, Sullivan here has found...
I don't know what happened, man.
You a mage by chance?
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't think that's connected. That is not connected. That's a strong... that one's strong there, holding it together.
Now this was at turn 1. Clearly unable to take evasive action. Well, they may
The French need a safety car here?
mark,
Yeah.
But I think that was a little too literal.
Conservative tires can be a good strategy, yes, Alessandro. If you can keep them around acceptable temperature.
The way the team had hoped today, that is for sure.
Can't escape Williams crashing even in video games. Turn 1 crashes here are usually also pretty bad, I'll be honest. Apparently we're getting another replay. So he... Like, that first hit, though, I don't get that. It's like he just didn't pay attention.
There's been a crash.
And Hamilton got inspired. This is under virtual safety car. Look at that. Whee!
With a nasty crash into the barrier. That will have knocked their confidence, I'm sure.
That's bye-bye front wing. Bye-bye front wing, bye-bye. Oh yeah, that's a pit stop. That's a bit unfortunate for the Hamilton. We now have at least one driver with very low confidence driving around, which is going to be a menace. Actually, we have 2. Albon is also 1. It's gonna be fun. Oh, never mind. He fixed them. Yeah, some of the crash animations still need work. Apparently, he also picked up some suspension damage, I would think. To be fair, virtual safety cars don't really benefit us much when we're on the soft tire to begin with, because, yeah, we lose more durability than the other runners. Antonello's crash, Russell must have been mad. Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get to see Russell's face. Like, ugh. Sorry, I need a factory reset. I'm very sad I didn't get to see Russell's facial expression after the crash. Because I can imagine he wasn't happy, as you say. Okay, that is a cent and a half, but we'll take it. Honestly, we're going to push energy now. We're going to see if we can dislodge Tsunoda. Because I don't want to pull alongside a hard runner if I can get rid of him. He's going to have a little bit of a DRS advantage, but... yeah, no way we're getting rid of him. He's so quick up that... like, he's quicker up that hill than he is with DRS. Russell, yes. Have you seen... seen any Russells in your area? Yeah, sometimes I just speak a little bit too quick and I can't keep up with what I'm trying to say. It was an issue particularly early on when I made videos where my top comment would be, dude, can you speak slower? And I still have that bad habit, so sometimes it goes very, very quickly. I become very hard to understand. I'm already a little bit difficult to understand at times. But it becomes 10 times worse when I just speed up the speaking a little bit.
How does my tires look?
Don't even notice he's gone.
Try to keep the temperatures up in these ones.
Crawford is still loitering around the back. Did I forget to put like the front wing revving on him or something? I don't think I did. That would explain the pace difference. And if I did, I can only apologize for ruining his entire race weekend. Think. And today, it's an actual Friday relaxing drink. So currently, Sargeant is actually holding up cars behind him, which I find to be very, very interesting. We probably also do need to, again, just try and dislodge the cars behind if we can. Be that American Secretary of State. See if we can get Ocon and Gasly. This is the other sideshow. Crawford versus the Alpines. And yoink. Oh, finish the yoink, please. Thank you. Can you do a double? 2 for 1 sale on Alpines? Sargeant has actually been kind of amazing at defending this stream. I'm not gonna lie. So definitely correct to put the defender approach to neutral most likely this this session, as we missed the Gasly overtake.
Now we
You're gonna have to watch a replay.
Heading down to the Nouvelle chicane. The opportunity's there.
I do appreciate that it made more overtaking more common in Monaco, but at the same time, it kind of gets rid of some of the more interesting strategies with Monaco in particular. He pushed him wide. Nah, he give that man a 10-second penalty. Get him out of here. I was really doing the job here for Tsunoda. This is actually going to be a bit of interesting fight then for points. Because we might need to burn these soft tires and go aggressive on the hard. Just so we ensure that we pit before Tsunoda, Stroll, and Alonso. It might we just might straight up not have a choice there if we want to retain our position. And also the fight for points. Okay, Crawford has found himself in another train. Let's see if we can actually, you know, get him out of it and ahead of the Hasses. Do it next season. I think it will go well with Gasly. Ocon and Behrman at Haas. Might overcut Verstappen. Potentially Verstappen, yeah, might get slowed down quite a bit here. It would not surprise me. It is a lot of traffic. He is burning through his mediums. Just as well as we are burning through our tires here. Gonna harvest a little bit of Crawford. Russell's picked up a mechanical fault. Norris has also done the same thing. This is what we like to see. Norris out of battery. I hope that's going to be his error now, otherwise I'm going to be embarrassed. It's actually his gearbox. We are actually catching Verstappen and the cars in front right now. Up to Norris. Is Norris going to be playing the teammate role here for us, allowing us to catch up to 4th place? Like Cianero, we're doing multiplayer where I salvage Alpine as you suggested. Well, you better make multiplayer then. Make multiplayer a reality. Alonso mechanical fault. Rick Russell. It's looking promising. Let's have Crawford here go back on the attack. See if we can chase down the cars ahead. Oh, we have an Alpine trying to get cheeky. Stop that, Alpine. I do not condone this this violence. Did Gasly actually get DRS? He did. The gremlin. How we will play work? No clue. That's Frontier's problem. I love your solution there. Mechanical force in Monaco, is this a different reality? Maybe. She's put a baguette in the tailpipe? Jesus. Okay, Crawford. It's time to get revenge on the Alpine. Maybe not this lap, maybe next one. Tsunoda is actually extending the gap here, which is terrifying to me. Verstappen, if he were to pit now, he'd come out actually in a really nice window. He'd be coming out between Magnussen and Russell. Rick will pit very soon. He'd just have to pass Russell. So overcutting Verstappen is no longer a part of the plan here. It's not going to happen. Let's put you up to standard at this point, Sarge. But the thing is now, we're going to have to make a decision. Do I potentially make my race a little bit less safe by pitting earlier? I think the key here is going to be where I would come out. I need to make up enough time here that we come out ahead of Magnussen and Hulk. We want to come out in that Verstappen window. If we can make that happen, 21 seconds, then yeah, we still have a chance. So we are going to go full send there with Sargeant, put him on a hard tire, and see if we can do some undercutting on Verstappen, Norris, Tsunoda. And then we'll use this offset towards the end of the race. Crawford has run out of fuel, sorry about that. Received a message. Yeah, Gasly's a gremlin here. Let's run aggressive again.
Yep.
But yeah, this is gonna be interesting though, because if we get this correct, we could be piggybacking a little bit off Verstappen if he is silly with how long he stays out. How you need extremely beneficial? Yeah. You're not wrong. This is Williams fan, I have no expectations. That's fair. Challenge me to William versus Kick. Probably won't get... I could still manage to get lapped. I'm pretty sure. Don't say such things, don't jinx me. got this bug where my staff accepts a 0-season contract. Not that I can think of. Like, it'll say 0 seasons, particularly if they're going to a different team, but they're still getting the proper contract. ERS is the new fuel. You're not wrong. Like, ERS is a good 3 seconds on deploy. It's actually quite insane. Also, Tsunoda here at 49. Man, it's actually just insane. Okay, time to get rid of the Alpine once again. Honestly, we'll wait with energy push until we get to the DRS zone. Now DRS this time to protect your Gasly. Start pushing here so we stay close, and then we just get the overtake done. Next season is gonna be nuts, yeah. If people challenge you to Red Bull as kick, would you win as kick? No, because people would just maximize, like, use proper sliders, and I would have no way to close the gap. That's the main issue. If it was... Let me put it this way. If multiplayer was me as kick versus 10 newbies with the other teams, where no one knew what they were doing, I would win. Simply because most of them would probably make mistakes. Verstappen is pitting now. Okay, where exactly are you coming out, my boy? Ahead of Russell? No, actually behind him. Yeah, kind of what I expected between Hulk and Russell. And once he overtakes him, 5 seconds up to the Astons. So he's actually in a pretty good spot. We can't really pit it and piggyback off him. When we pit, we're going to be coming out basically wherever Verstappen is, just further behind him. Alonso with a mechanical fault that is worsening. Good news for us. Yeah, this is the lap we're going to get Sargeant then on.
We can box this lap. Box.
It's a Red Bull or hoverboard?
Yeah, box.
Oh, it is. I didn't even notice. We need the hoverpod camera. Is this tech allowed, FIA? Shouldn't you stop this? What's the best way to use the sliders? Focus on cornering if you want to just be faster. Hello, Jim. Noob playing Red Bull would still be hard to beat. Depends how much that noob knows of F1, I think. No, like if they know F1, yeah, they probably would be a little bit of a challenge to beat in that regard. But if they don't know how the development works, they probably try and balance the sliders a little bit in the same way that the AI currently does. So I don't know. Could also be more that they will make more strategic errors. Let's see. Are you gonna get your tires with you? Another pit stop error for Sargeant in Statera.
Yep, sorry for that. And you should be clear on pit exit.
To be fair, we lost about a second and a half, so it's not the worst error, but still. Not happy. Very angry. Grr.
11. Ahead of you, Russell.
Again, pretty nice window though. 8 seconds in clean air. Should have had 6, 7 if we didn't mess up. So that actually works out for us. Let's see if we can get Crawford in. Put him on a fresh set of tires. And maybe have that help him. But yeah, Sarge is also running without tires now. I thought he had his tires with him. Is it if I change the camera angles? Oh, okay, let's see here. Who has the tires still? Who has actually pitted? Harris is pitted. He has lost his tires. Verstappen. Sarge. Rick. Oh, Hamilton still has his, and he has pitted. But he also had damage, so he switches from wing out. Everyone else is hovercrafts around here, so... There's something interesting going on. Kind of hard to realize exactly what's happening. bit of science, see if you save your game and reload the tires, if they would return. We can do that towards the end. It does mess with the AI a little bit if you save and reload, I believe. The tires actually vanished on pit exit, though. That's interesting. That's real interesting. If Sargeant and I can have an improved lap time. 127. 15.3. Good 2 seconds gained a lap here for the most part. Just a second and a half on Tsunoda. And Tsunoda should be pitting basically now. And when he does pit, he'll come out actually behind us. If we trust the pit stop estimation. So push your ERS. Push your ERS, Sarge. Let's see. I want to see now with Tsunoda, where exactly does his tires vanish? Is it on the pit exit line when he rejoins? I think it was right before the corner they went poof. Unfortunately for us, Sargeant didn't actually get him. Oh, you should just power through there. Boo. It's still an acceptable one, though. Russell's fault is evolving. Alonso's fault. Norris's fault. This is looking to be a good race for us so far. Damn. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that. Thanks for everything. I've had the same glitch happen a bunch now. It seems to... This is the first time I've had it happen, though, here in Monaco. But yeah, I appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Unless they are in the Arab version of Red Bull, which is turning into Sauber. I would love also to other stuff there if there was like a chance of getting great breakthroughs, failures, things like that with development. Because now you know exactly what you're getting. Hamilton, I'm pretty sure the only reason why Hamilton kept these after the first stop is because he had to switch his front wing. That's the only reason. Tsunoda actually went onto medium tires also. Not that you can tell. Sargeant could literally drive on water right now. Clearly the Americans have given F1 hovercraft technology. They were tired of Sargeant not performing up to up to expectations. Gave him hovercraft technology to speed him up a little bit. If we can get past Tsunoda here, we should have an easy time getting past Alonso, Russell, and then maybe we can create a little bit of a gap here. But probably push a little bit too much energy here, honestly.
Copy.
And Tsunoda is going to kind of run away now because we just couldn't push enough to get past him in the pit lane there. Put it to neutral here, see what we can do. Russell is still playing a little bit MVP, but Tsunoda should fly by him in the next DRS zone. Or whatever it takes to win. From Biden. Don't tell me you have ERS now. Alonso, you have, don't you? Come on. Nice. We need to get Russell now and stay with Tsunoda for sure. In which way do I benefit if I consider getting a membership? Do I benefit? I get a little bit more money to spend more time playing games rather than working. Honestly, that is the main membership. Floating cars, F222's democracy and freedom for everyone. Appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you. Hopefully also, Tekka, you remember to put the tires on the car, unlike these guys. It's basically just I appreciate it if you join, but I'm not going to force you to join the membership. It doesn't really come with any benefits other than my gratitude. But yeah, it's basically there if you want to support me a little bit extra and have me focus a little bit more on streaming and playing games rather than working with the little gremlins known as children. Kind of forgot about Crawford here for a second. He's actually doing pretty well. But for Magnussen, there's 30 seconds up to the rest. Never mind. There's a pit stop here. Russell and Alonso. These guys also still need another pit stop. Crawford might be cooking right now. In the immortal words of Opmer, I guess. So you thought I were a graphic designer? Well, if I was, I'd probably be living on the street. I would not have this computer to play on. Tires are for commies. Is that the new hashtag? The new hashtag for the American election? Tires are for commies. Please get by. That lost us so much time, it's not even funny. We need to get past these two hard runners, so I'm going to give you permission, Crawford, to full send it. You and your hovercraft. Okay, that's good. The other one we should get with DRS, so that should be okay. Sargeant is still just losing out to Tsunoda, and there's nothing I really can do about this. Can't push fuel, can't push energy. Tires are just about what you expect. I appreciate the nice words, Tekka, sorry, honestly. So, I just appreciate you being here in the stream. I'll be perfectly honest. Tires are for the weak and the ones without freedom. Tires for command. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do this to me. How could you allow the little gremlin to sneak up the inside like that? Well, the little gremlin is called Hulkenberg, so I guess it makes sense. And now we have a little gremlin called Paris right behind us.
And we've had a crash on track.
Gasly! Yes. You make Floof proud. Gremlin's new slang is basically what I call the kids when I want to mess with them. I'm impressed. Gasly did that without getting damage. Gasly hit the wall and got no damage. How? What do you mean not the greatest moment? Dude hit a wall and didn't get damaged. Dude's driving a tank. Did he? Wait, did that? Guys, it's Return of the Tires. Look at this. Everyone, Gasly gave everyone their tires back. Although, these guys are at the tunnel, I think. Yeah. Gasly has given everyone their tires back. Everyone hailed the Gasly. Ugh. Where do I find the mods? The only mods that I'm using right now is real sponsors and the extended UI here. The lack of tires is actually a bug, bro. It's a bug that got introduced with yesterday's patch. Gasly fixed F1 manager confirmed. Gasly the goat. Oh no. Alpine is not a tractor without reason. I once got damaged for just going off the track. Yeah. Gasly hits a wall. Gives everyone their tires back and just, you know, continues like it's nothing. I don't get this. Wait, did Hulk get soft tires in that trade? Oh yeah, Magnussen was the one in the hard tires. Hulk was a new, you know, and okay, I get it now. Hulk was a new entry. That's why it overtook me. I thought it was Magnussen on the hard tires, which I can be forgiven for because I couldn't see the tires when it happened. I guess if I want to clip that, I need to put my terrible graphics skills in play and make Gasly crucified on the tire cross. That's the Jesus for this one. What do you say, Nick? Oh, Alonso. His tires are gone again. Let's see if we can get Alonso's tires back.
Oh dear. What a miserable way to bow out.
The hovercraft is farting. Alonso didn't get his tires back. To be fair though, he just pitted. Same with Russell. He wanted to go back to the hovercraft line. Question now is Alonso gonna actually make it to the pits? Looks like it. Oh, I need a technical timeout here now. Myself. Honestly. Gasly, our GOAT. It's because he has super amazing no tires. The hitbox just disintegrated. AI Gasly better dev than Frontier. Yes, guys, let the Gasly support comfort you. No, like I said, I've had this glitch a lot. Like when they wreck and they have no tires, sometimes they don't get any damage, and they'll spin out and fly into the wall, and they'll come back. So basically, the tire bug also makes them immune to damage. Is that what you're saying, Aaron? I guess that makes sense because Gasly hit that wall pretty hard. Oh, but it's just such a funny bug. All hail to Gasly. Appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you. Should I prepare you a challenge with a retired only grid? Honestly, I have so much going on right now, Tekka, that it's probably going to be quite a while before I go into any of the like challenge saves yet. It might just be a one-off that I do every now and again, so I can't in good conscience tell you to make that for right now. Also, when this happens, like when the tires come back, people will get brand new fresh tires, even though they didn't pit. Oh, okay. I thought the bug was just straight up that the tires vanished. If they give you immunity to damage, excuse me, and also randomly new fresh tires, then this bug is actually terrible. Let's see here. Who has just pitted? Russell and Piastri. They should be the only one with fresh tires. Norris. Did he get fresh free tires? No, he just pitted. Okay. Honestly, this is just in good fun, everyone. So please do not get angry with the way that I've phrased this. Phrased this. Looking forward to seeing the result of that vote. My creativity can be combined with loose brain unmatched and unlimited content for a year. That's what I'm afraid of, Tekka. Yeah, most wrecks. I would assume so, Aaron. That's a weird bug, though. I'll be honest. That's a really, really weird one. All of you non-believers need to leave. Have I started like the Gasly Inquisition at the moment? Is that what's happening? There's a metaphor to the bugs disappearing and coming back related to all the patches, yeah. Everyone who votes yes gives Floof too much power. It's a shame that BK is actually missing this because I think he would have a field day with our shenanigans at the moment. Unless he's lurking and instigating this. Ow! That is the worst timing of getting lapped I've ever seen. We were just about to try and fly and get Hulk. Oh, never mind. We got a Hulk on sale instead. I love that I'm just focusing on Crawford rather than anyone else right now because weird stuff is happening. Sargeant is just sailing up front. We don't pay attention to him. He's just, well, I'm assuming he's going to crash now that I've realized he exists. It's all coming a floof. I vote for the memes. Oh, the memes must flow. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah. Finally, you're getting a little bit of revenge for that French vote earlier. We've actually gone full circle here. That's the sad part. We've absolutely gone full circle. And I find it hilarious. Bottas pits, that frees us. Hulk should also pit very soon. Russell, is he going to stay on these tires till the end? Maybe. Oh, Verstappen has picked up a failure. Let's see if we can actually see where his tires vanishes. Okay, they vanished right there. And which is the... Honestly, this is probably the best angle to watch it from. And... there you went, poof. Albono, show me your magic trick. I'm too entertained by this, which means that it's probably getting closer to my bedtime. I'll be honest, because that should not be that funny, and it is. So Verstappen's going till the end. Russell and Norris might try and do that. I honestly don't know. At this pace, Crawford might actually end up being in the point tally by the end of this. We still have Russell and Norris potentially getting damage, like DNFs. This is a weird timeline. America got a win earlier this stream. It's time the baguette hitting bumps get to win as well. Few people understand, so we need a patch for that. To be fair, I never realized that. But they are really about the atmosphere in this game, so I guess it makes sense they focused on that more so than anything else. Local man laughs the tires be missing. Yeah. Another big one is when you're configuring setup and all the guys behind are on 10 times speed. Yeah, I've seen that one as well. I don't want this patch to canceling religion starts now. Honestly, since they haven't announced any patches and it's 8 in the evening on a Friday, pretty sure you're going to keep this throughout the weekend, so you better pray that I stream more than just tomorrow then. So you can enjoy this. But yeah, it's kind of weird that they again just don't have someone in the office that just goes, okay, patch is ready, play through a season, tell us if anything goes wrong. Because honestly, that is kind of what they're missing at this point. They just need someone to go through the patch and tell them what exploded. Like, literally, that's the only thing they need at this point. Can I undo the patch that brings more bugs? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can't, unfortunately. I didn't think the tire bug was this bad, but apparently it is. And I assume the pit lane is... I'm actually switching dialects right now. I can hear it in my voice.
Oh no, that's a slow pit stop there.
Yes, Tsunoda, yes. Well, you have tires for the moment, Tsunoda, but they're gone. Did he just get... Did he just get unlapped by an Alpine? Oh yes, who's the hero? Is it Gasly? Gasly the hero. 30% worn tires versus Tsunoda's fresh ones. Go on, Gasly. Send him in the wall. Of course, I endorse none of this, Your Honor. Endorse none of this, Your Honor. Oh, I guess I'm watching a set video tonight. After I made myself some food. I feel like I'm getting my money's worth, definitely. I am getting my money's worth in Laugh, but I didn't buy a comedy game. They're based in Cambridge. There's a lot of people who would be willing to help them out, yeah. And again, there's a lot of streamers who would have no problem getting into the game a month, even a couple of months earlier, just to give it a run. Like, you don't even need to have them release anything on it. But the state of the game when it was released, when I know that some content creators was given access months before, it's just
Copy.
it's just sad, honestly, and it's just a little bit of a disappointment, I guess you could say. But boy, Crawford, let's see if we can beat Bottas out here. Bottas and the Hulk.
Copy.
Question is, can we gain 30 seconds on Russell and then another great window there on the other guy? Okay, so when we pit, we're gonna get lapped. There's no way around that one. I mean, with Sargeant. But we are going to come out ahead of Rick, and we'll be fighting Norris, Tsunoda, and Stroll. He's also hidden the fact that he has damage by taking fastest lap. What a power move. Oh. Did we just lap our own boy? I think we did. That's unfortunate. Like, I don't think I can tell him to let his teammate go either. But we did beat Bottas out. We did beat Hulk out, so we'll take that with us. Stroll's going to need to pitch, but Tsunoda, Norris, Rick are not. And that's going to be the kind of problem. We're still doing fine in terms of pace at the moment. 15s. Like, Rick is 6 times faster, but that's not a problem. I'd rather have as much time towards the end is, so until we start really losing time, I'm fine with staying out longer. It's going to screw over Crawford, but that's just how things are going to have to be. That's the great strikes again. Started losing time battling last cars. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. If BK joined right now, we would be so confused. Yeah. Told you the time thing is bad? I agree with you, Aaron. I'm sorry that I doubted you. I'm very sorry that I doubted you. You were absolutely correct. The tire thing is really bad. Okay, now it's the time that we pit. Tsunoda with a 12.9. Yeah, we're not catching Tsunoda by the end of this. We're going to have to hope for Norris, Stroll, Rick. That's going to be the goal. Saving and reloading seems to fix it. Thing is, though, you'd have to do that every time someone pits on Monaco, and probably some other street tracks too, which would be bad. Send him to the wall. What, are we in Game of Thrones? Just send him to the wall? Okay, we're out in 8th. There is 13 seconds to get Norris. Well, 13 seconds up to Norris, who's on old hards. 20 seconds to Tsunoda. I don't think that's happening. Verstappen also has fixed his failure. Norris, has he actually fixed his failure or not? Is he still driving a gearbox that's about to explode? He does, in fact, do that. Kyle just got the game. Is it normal for Red Bull to drop both Max and Checo before the first race and Ferrari drop Charles? No. That sounds like a huge bug, Sack. They did kind of change the AI logic with hiring drivers and stuff. So I would assume they've messed that up terribly. Unless you're on console, in which case you just ran into a bug. If you're on PC and on 1.6, that's also just a bug of the new patch. So try and make a new game, see if it happens again, because that's definitely not how things are supposed to go. Ocon with a mechanical failure.
Yeah, I don't have power now.
Thought you were Team Baguette. Yeah, like, the thing is, the AI poaching logic right now, it feels like they just want to get new drivers every season. From the little that I've seen, if there is a driver available that they can afford, they snatch them. So they're probably a little bit too overtuned right now on the aggressive side, I'll be honest. So I don't know how you would fix that, but it definitely does need some fine-tuning still. I want Andretti to be out. I guess what Tekka wanted. He wanted Crawford to take out Sargeant, the Freedom Tower. Yes, Williams, good work. Never mind, not good work. You didn't hold up to Stroll enough. 20 laps, 11 seconds. A severely damaged Norris. Also gained a little bit on Sonoda here. We're actually unlapped ourselves at the moment. Okay, okay, okay.
How are my tire temps?
Where's my safety car?
The tyres are on the cold side.
I need a safety car right now. Seems to be a bug where it's possible for the player to end up with every single driver on the grid as an affiliate. That sounds like another one of those very weird and hilarious bugs, but also just another example of just the multitude of different kinds of bugs in this patch. Again, just these screens do... Frontier does not playtest. They just cobble together a code, ship it out, your problem. And that's sad. That's bad. Dastly. Did you just give Gasly the title of Dastly? Oh god. My sides. Red Bull gonna F3 driver to replace Max. Yeah, that's the poaching logic running on overdrive, I think, Zach. French brick to save instantly. I am the game tester. I don't want to. Verstappen with a major mechanical fault. Okay. What exploded? Okay, nothing yet. We need him to cross the line. We need him to cross the line so we can actually get accurate data on his car. Because reasons. Okay, Verstappen. It's another gearbox failure. I don't think that's going to be enough to close down 40 seconds in 16 laps, but we'll make an honorable attempt. Considering Crawford started 18th here, he's also made an honorable regain of position. And if Norris or Verstappen goes bye-bye, I think we can push him enough that he catches Russell. Maybe. Have I checked the vote result? 72 in favor of Lord and Savior Gasly. Only 29 people have voted, though. We still have half the electoral college here ready to vote. They could topple you the other way, Floof, if you're not careful. Just switching the battery in my headset. Max in F2, he won it twice. What? Wasn't around earlier? Does the AI not lower weight? I believe they do. But not any more than they used to before. We are catching Norris. He's very slow. Verstappen is still a monster, though. Like, running sub-15s with a broken gearbox. Same can actually be said for Norris, but... yeah, that's not great. Crawford is definitely catching Russell, so... any of these components, any of these boys go bye-bye. Double points. Unless safety car. Then maybe not double points. We will... try and pray and be safe. That's how corporations think? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe we get some toppling of the Floof Empire. So we're gaining 3 seconds on Russell. He definitely has the biggest chance of going, you know, engine go bye-bye. Sargeant is doing an amazing job currently of just holding Stroll at bay, which is kind of all that we need from him at the moment. It's soon to be 10 laps to go. I say this is still looking very, very promising for us. Gonna be a problem, Bottas, or are you gonna give me DRS? I still can't get over these spaceships, like hovercrafts. Now this is pod racing. Honestly, Frontier should just make a reskin of this game and call it, you know, get a Star Wars license. Star Wars pod racing. Let's go. They have the technology. The Floof Empire. The Floof Empire is currently running down at the back here, questioning their life choices. I don't think the Floof Empire is going to last that long, boys. Particularly also since their engine manufacturers are currently revolting. We need to be paid. Honestly, though, at this point, I don't know what the people at Frontier are thinking. Like, you're not going to bring back... You're just damaging the reputation of this game even further. And when you have one more game, which could be the big one to go out on. And again, if you just make the final game in the series a big hit, I assume they're not going to make 26. They're just going to make 25 and be done with it if they even make that game. Then you could still be, you know, in a good position financially if you actually make that game succeed somewhat. But if you already start out by tainting their reputation for the last 3 years, it's not going to be a good time when you release that final edition. And that's just, unfortunately, the sad reality. 8 laps to go. We're looking at Sargeant points at the moment. Bye-bye, McLarry. To be fair, that's kind of toxic. He does have damage. I shouldn't have said that to the Norris. How it looks with the skills of the other teams better? The other teams are developing in a better way right now, particularly if you start a new save since team are closer to from the start. But you can still outperform the AI with the second year research for sure boxes. But it's better, but they have introduced a bunch of bugs, so I probably would wait another patch yet again. As sad as that is. The gap between the fastest car and the slowest car is close. It's closer. Let's put it like that. Yeah, you aren't going to be seeing like 2 laps or more in places other than Monaco for the most part, which is actually pretty good. Like, that is not a joke. That's actually really, really good. Come on, Verstappen. Just have your engine explode. I promise it will be fun. For me, not for you. Better, I should just take it a little bit chill here. Save resources if his engine explodes. Why wouldn't they make F1 Manage 25? Financially, Frontier is kind of struggling at the moment. Catriona, just slightly struggling. And as from what they're saying themselves in the financial statements, F1 Manage is not a profitable game. Which is an issue. They also make a deal with FIA, or I don't know exactly who they have made a deal with F1, but they made a deal with F1 to make 4 games, so it would cost them financially if they break that deal, I would assume. It's a recommendation for race difficulty. I read some comments. Normal might be better choice as more realistic. So basically, on a hardest difficulty, the AI will push the tires, they will be more reactive, they will generally use the tires a lot more, which means that strategies where you take care of your tires are very powerful. On standard, they'll do less of that, which means that it's more predictable, it's more of an equal performance. They're not going to be wasting the tires unnecessarily, they're not going to be doing some random things with them. Just from a certain perspective, yes, random can be a more realistic race experience. But if you find standard to be too easy or not challenging enough, you can try hard. You can actually change that also in the middle of a race if you feel like. So as you can see here, you have your race difficulty. If you don't like the way they're doing things, you can turn this down in the middle of a race weekend. So you can change it anytime you feel like. So just mess around with different difficulties. Play the one you find to be most fun. It's a single player game. No one should care how you play it. Just play it in a way that's fun for you. Create a team is probably the only thing that I would give a 10 out of 10 rating because it's actually an amazing feature. I'm actually becoming the shingles guy. But the rest is kind of lackluster for 24, I'll have to be honest. Looking at the other games, they're trash even more than F1 Manager. I like Elite though, I'll be honest, Deco. I do like Elite Dangerous. They have failed with DLCs there too, but the base game is pretty good. A lot of different stuff you can do. It's still hilarious to me that the best way of farming money in that game is just buying a cargo ship, fitting it with a bunch of automated turrets, and parking in basically a pirate base. Rather, a pirate frequented mining zone, and they'll just automatically farm money for you. Yeah, I do like space games. Elite game is pretty good. It also has its shortcomings, but it's a game that's been developed for, I think, close to 10 years, so it's pretty decent. Final lap here. Unfortunately, no DNF here for the guys around us, which means that Sargeant is going to most likely end up 7th. Crawford here is probably not going to be given a chance, really, to get Russell. He's been pushing last couple laps. But our spaceships are doing their best to get something out of this. Let's put it like that. Verstappen, 18 seconds is what we got close to here. It's not going to be enough, unfortunately. We're just 18 seconds down the road there. It's not going to change anything. Crawford could maybe get Russell, but it's gonna be a close one, I think. A chair wins at home. Very good for him. Very happy for him. He also got his tires back. Wait, did they? Okay, I need to see this. Do they get their tires back when they cross the line? Ocon's fault has evolved. We'll ignore that for a second. No, Sainz has not gotten his tires back. What is the logic in getting the tires back or not getting the tires back? Well, we need to witness Sargeant's first points at least. Crawford ends up 12th. Sargeant scores our first points there at Monaco. Gonna be vital points, I dare say. So that is good.
Okay, that will be the checkered.
Tsunoda, though, with a 5th place finish, is kind of putting us in a bad spot, but we just need 9th or better, so we'll take that.
A really strong drive from
It is a catch-22, Parker, yeah.
What a fantastic result for the team.
You've been wearing a Gasly t-shirt this whole time.
They deserve nothing.
I have not played Trackmania. It looks kind of fun, though. Probably a little bit too fast-paced for me, though.
Overwhelming excitement for those celebrating this achievement.
Just ready with the Eagles.
Out and onto the podium steps Charles Leclerc, the driver from Monaco, really deserving of that top 3 spot.
Like having a little bit of meltdown here of Andretti points. Imagine if it crashed in the final corner. I would be sad because, let's put it this way, if he crashed, then Russell would have stolen the last couple of points there, with Crawford being just a millimeter behind him. That would have been sad. But yeah, with this now, Sargeant up into 13th. And we are now the 7th best team on the grid, ahead of Sauber, ahead of Williams, Haas, and, of course, Alpine, who has a fastest lap to their name for some reason. Okay, I did not expect this one. That's actually more insulting than if they did not have it. Oh no. You may have won the battle, but you won't win the war. To be fair, both sides are going to get what they want because most likely tomorrow it is going to be a new episode of Alpine. so the Alpine enjoyers can enjoy that, and the American enjoyers can enjoy the streams. I'm definitely going to be finishing this season up before I start anything else stream-wise, I think, because it has actually gotten a little bit of a cult following at the moment, if I dare say so myself. I don't know why I'm speaking like that. I apologize. Oh yeah, I didn't give you the new underfloor. That's why you're slower. But that doesn't explain it. That underfloor isn't that much quicker. Yeah, you had everything else. I am bamboozled at the moment. I'm confused about why he is so slow. But it is what it is. I got everything sorted. I think that is going to be the end of today's stream. We're struggling a little bit with mentality, more so than I expected. But it should be good. French Revolution incoming. I am Napoleon. Yeah, Alpine will be tomorrow though, Floof, not tonight. I think I already made public the patch notes video. I probably need to make a patch notes bug. The patch 1.6 bugs video too, at this point, with how many they are. But yeah. You seen that one too, Nick? What's that guy's name that makes those videos? Because those are also great. That enraged his father, who... Oh. It's that guy, Nick. I don't remember. Oversimplified, yeah. Thank you. Oh. I love that he just gets those tidbits in here. Like, average height for the time. And particularly when enraged is which beat him severely or something. But yeah, thank you everyone for dropping by. Appreciate it. We're probably going to continue this, I think, tomorrow. We might also do a little bit of a Wukong tomorrow night. We'll have to see what I have time for. But we'll definitely continue the America versus Alpine adventure. And as I said, maybe we'll put together some sort of collage about the issues that we've faced so far with 1.6. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoy. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.